then put a dial-in on their windows. Speaking of which, Mission Raceway is a left side racetrack, so we need your dial-in large, legible, easy to read. I heard John going on about that yesterday. So make sure that your dial-in is easy to read from 75 feet away. Not 3 feet, not 6 feet. We need to be able to see that here in the tower 75 feet away. So make sure that your dial-in is printed large and legible. So that is what's going to happen here after they make a qualifying run. They'll put a dial-in on their window on the left-hand side, and we will then go into eliminations where it will be dial-in against dial-in. Whoever has the best job doing the shoe polish will advance into the next round. The NHRA Summit ET Racing Series is contested at NHRA member tracks right across North America. They hold weekly events just like here at Mission. Then at the end of the season, each track selects a team of racers among its top points finishers to represent the track at the Divisional Racing Series Finals. So if you see signs around Mission Raceway, Team on a Mission, that's always the fundraising arm of the bracket racers here at Mission Raceway. We want to thank all of the major sponsors for Mission Raceway that make racing possible. So once again, we make the call. Sportsman, bring them up. This is your call to the lanes as we go into qualifying session one and only. Sportsman, bring them up. With Sportsman on track, we're going to call Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning to the lanes as well. Bring them up, Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. Pro bracket, you're on standby. First pair on the start line, Steve Baskerville, West man here on the tower side. Scarlett Morin from Mission Lordco Lane. So Carson Barlow runs a 14:17, and Brendan Piscatcha goes 13:85 as we are in first round of qualifying for Sportsman, presented by Abbotsford Nissan. Junior Dragsters, you should be rolling to the lanes as well. Junior Dragsters need you to the lanes. Pro bracket, you are on standby. Kai Jessamine and Shelby Dawson heading down track as they break lights at 12:55. 14:26 for Shelby. Shelby in the Mustang and Regal on the TCS side. In the Mustang, Sylvia Hoogstens and Heather Hornell in the pickup. 94 GMC Sonoma. Lordco side of the racetrack, TCS lane. Sylvia, of course, driving the blue Mustang. All racers getting one qualifying run to test out their car and the track. Heather in the pickup goes 12:07 with a 9, 114 miles an hour. Sylvia in the Mustang, 12:68, 106 miles per hour. That brings up Ken Christensen and Dan Kemp. Once again, we make sure all junior dragsters, you should be in the staging lanes. Junior dragsters in the staging lanes. Pro bracket, you're going to be coming up next. So Pro Bracket, now it's your call. Bring them up to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pro Bracket, we need you to the lanes. Pro Bracket, bring them up, and that means Super Pro, you are on standby. But Pro Bracket, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Last run, Ken Christensen, 15:26, 17:26 for the Mazda of Dan Kemp. Jim Mantle holds the Pacer, 1977 Pacer to the line. Racing typically in stock at NHRA events. You can tell by the amount of contingency stickers on that Pacer. Sponsored by TMM Performance Products from Black Creek. In the other lane, Eric Hansen in the 68. So Mantle, just a tick off of a perfect light, 001 reaction time. 14:65, the Pacer runs 89 miles an hour. Hansen in the Plymouth, 12:76, 106 miles an hour. And once again, we remind all racers, if in fact you do got a perfect reaction time, make sure that you bring your timing slip to the tower, and you will receive a collectible Mission Raceway engraved mug. Lucas Stone and Colleen Davis now. Davis in the 55 Bel Air Lordco lane. Here on the TCS side, 69 Chevelle, Lucas Stone from Winfield. Cutting Edge Auto. Chevelle runs a 12:28, 110 miles an hour. Colleen goes 14:49 with a 5, 97.33 miles per hour. Here comes Randy Hermsen now. Regular runner in Hot Rod, running in Sportsman as well. Hermsen from Mission, school bus driver in the Lax 58 Oldsmobile. Bill Wells over in the 79 Malibu, also from Mission. This 55 years of racing. See Bill at the Langley Loafers events. Randy pushing the tree. Bill Wells goes 11:99, 111 miles an hour. Randy goes 13:43, a regular 13-second run, 103 miles an hour for Randy Hermsen. Pro Bracket, you should be rolling into 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pro Bracket, bring them up. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pro Bracket this weekend brought to you by Bubba's. Final run from the Abbotsford Nissan sponsored Sportsman category. 70 Chevelle runs at 12:50. 12:50 at 109 miles an hour in the Lordco lane, and that is going to do it for the single qualifying session for Sportsman. We will now roll into Junior Dragster. Todd, you're up in the tower. You're back with us.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
So Junior Dragsters rolling around under the bridge. Of course, Junior Dragsters, the all racing part of the NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League for kids between 5 and 17. We start things with Thunder, and that is the younger of the two categories. Thunder from 5. You know, you can start racing in a Junior Dragster at 5 years of age. That's got to be crazy. 5 years of age. I could barely crawl in the dirt at 5 years of age, and here they're going like 50 miles an hour in the 8th mile, and when you're sitting 4 inches off the ground, you may as well be going 100 miles an hour because it's going to feel fast. Yeah, we grew up with pedal cars, right? Not Junior Dragsters. That's the thing. So Thunder getting underway. Emily White here, 9 years of age on the TCS side of the track. Hunter Gallant over from Chilliwack in the Lordco lane in the orange Junior Dragster. They race to the 8th mile. And as I say, in Thunder, we're talking up to 12 years of age before graduating after 12 into the Lightning category. And just like the big cars, they roll in pre-stage, get staged, and then take the tree, and we'll work on getting a time to dial in for eliminations. So Emily goes through with a 12:21.4, 100, 49 miles an hour, and 51 miles an hour for Hunter. You can ignore the red light. Qualifying red lights do not count against you. Were this eliminations, of course, the red light would put you back on the trailer. So first pair then of Thunder. Hunter goes 12:19, Emily 12:21, and that brings up Carson Brimacombe. Courtney, 8 years of age. Carson, sponsored by Lordco, Eddie's Equipment Repair. Attention in the pits, Super Pro. Super Pro, you are on standby. Wilbur Chrysler Super Pro, you are on standby. We'll be calling you very shortly as we are in the midst of Junior Dragsters. Carson Brimacombe runs 12:13, 51 miles an hour. That brings up Abigail White from Mission. Abigail is 11 years of age, sponsored by Pioneer Truck and Trailer. Wesley Armstrong in the other lane, Lordco lane. Abigail going through the staging process and gets there. We just wait for Wesley to roll in another 8 inches. Rolling, rolling. And there he is. Abigail on a good pass. 9:18. 9:18. 72 miles an hour. 14:34 for Wesley. 41 miles an hour. So 5 cars so far. 5 junior dragsters, I should say, have taken a pass. Alex Green now and Lincoln Shirk. Green from Mission. Orange dragster here, Tower Side, 6 years of age. Alex Green, sponsored by Iron Horse Truck Transfer, Green Brothers Racing, and yet the dragster's orange. Go figure. Lincoln Shirk in the other lane, Langley, BC, his home base, sponsored by Titanium Auto and Bubba Shop. Turns on the red light, but not a problem in qualifying. 9:43, 71 miles an hour for Lincoln. 9:43 at 71. 14:52 for Alex, 35 miles an hour. When you're looking at the disparity in times, all of that is going to be taken care of with the handicap starts once elimination happens. So we move into the quicker of the 2 junior dragster categories, Junior Lightning. CL Gagnon and Colton Morin. Still racing to the 8th mile, going a little bit quicker in the Lightning class, as these drivers are all over 13 and older. CL, 13 years of age, as is Colton. We hold them at the start line while top end gets cleared of both the previous 2. So make that last call once again. Pro bracket. You should be in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pro bracket, sponsored by Bubba's. And the Willowbrook Chrysler Super Pro category, you are on standby. So top end is clear, and we refire the 2 junior dragsters on the start line. Once again, it's CL Gagnon from Qualicum Beach. Her burnout just complete. Colton in the other lane. His burnout is complete as well. Both drivers, 13 years of age. CL, part of the Big Kids Racing team, driving a 2009 McGee chassis junior dragster. It is in theory possible for you to put together a package in the neighborhood of $5,000 US, but all of the teams that I've talked to say that it is more likely to go north of that figure pretty quickly. So I've been instructed here in the tower to say happy birthday to AJ. Not sure which AJ that is, but got birthday wishes going up to AJ. There you go. I'd sing it, but we're not allowed. CL runs 793 at 81 miles an hour. Colton Morin goes 8 flat. 8 flat with a 381 miles an hour. That is their qualifying run of the morning. The next time we see them, they will be in eliminations. One goes on, one goes home. Emma Debris Coos, Shawnigan Lake here on the tower side. 15 years of age, sponsored by B&D Lift Track Services. And Sydney Jung, perennial runner in the junior dragster category from Surrey, also 15 years of age. Running a 2006 Creative Chassis Junior Dragster, and they are both in the Lightning category. Emma, PCS lane. Sydney, Lordco lane. Junior Lightning is the category. As I mentioned, they race to the 8th mile. Go forward. Both cars are staged. Emma goes deep. .802 is the time for Sydney at 82 miles an hour. 9:72 for Emma, 69 miles an hour. And that brings up Lexi Winterbottom. Langley, Bowtie Ventures Junior Dragster. Lexi in Lightning. Last car in this category. .858 at 75 miles an hour, and that is it for Junior Lightning. Pro bracket should be in the lanes. So Todd, I'm going to turn this category over to your Golden Tones and let you handle Bubba's Pro Bracket.
check, test. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we have Super Pro to staging, please? That's Super Pro to staging lanes. All right, sorry about the dead air. Batteries were dead in my microphone. And when I'm talking, I can't hear myself speak, so it doesn't work. Rich Dies, Jordan Holmes away clean here in the pro category. 11:36 for Rich Dies, 115 miles an hour. Jordan Olmus at 11:45, 116. In the burnout box, Motor Tree Racing out of the Okanagan Valley. Chris Lloyd, 69 Chevelle. Paired up with Walter Johnson's 1972 Chevy Chevelle. Chris Lloyd hangs the hoops. Sends that Chevelle. Walter Johnson's gonna get, no. Lloyd will get there first, 10:51 with a 4, 121 miles an hour. Johnson off an 03 light, 11:33, 117. Racing out of Enderby, British Columbia, Doug Marshall, 62 Chevy 2, 385 cubic inch poked and stroke small block. Paired up with Veronica Hodgson out of right here in Mission City, 69 yard with a small block. $10.07 for Doug Marshall. 12:57, 107 miles an hour for Veronica Hodgson in the TCS lane. Rolling up to the MRP starting line, Grant Gordon out of Surrey, the 4-cycle custom 69 Dart. Don Almas out of Enderby in the 69 Dart, and the Lord Coley. Both machines away clean. 10:07 at 130 plus miles an hour for Almas. Grant Gordon runs an 11:63 at 113. Jeff Whitworth out of Nanaimo on the island. That long body Chevy S10, 427 stroke small block Chevrolet. Says check out Westview Garage on YouTube. Paired up with Ross Walker, that clean 66 Chevy 2, 427 big block. Whitworth goes 007 on the tree. Ross Walker leaned the tree a little too hard, 009 red. Whitworth with a good pass, 978, 135 miles an hour. Walker at 10:06. Again, we need Super Pro to staging, please. That's Super Pro to staging. We need motorcycle on standby, racers. That's motorcycle on standby. Super Pro, you should already be rolling. And there it is now. Motorcycles, staging lane 1, please. Once again, that's motorcycles to staging lane 1. Junior Street, we need you on standby. Thank you. Ron Jenkins, a 9:17 to Del Northgraves, 10:67 here in qualifying round. Again, just one hit today, and we will be going into eliminations. Try and finish off yesterday's program, if I'm understanding correctly. I should have listened to what Jerry was saying earlier today. Barry Chekluck, the Fire Actors Tech RX-7, got into the tree a little too hard, 0-2 red. He goes 11:13 at 123. James McMath, Titanium Auto Group Stang, 11:84 at 115. A little Chevy on Chevy crime here at the starting line, a pair of Vegas. Glenn Martin, the 1972 Vega here in the Tower Lane. Brought to you by Heads on the Tape. Paired up with Brian Heffel. Heffel goes 10-17, 116 miles an hour at 10-18. 100th difference between those cars for Glenn Martin. John Van de Ven out of Abbotsford, 68 Firebird, 454 fat block in that machine. Gonna run with the Mopar. Brian Vader of Barhead, Alberta. Clicks Auto Parts helping to bring you that 1972 Dart 440 wedge under the hood. Attention at the pits, attention at the pits, Super Pro. Once again, that Super Pro, we need you to staging lanes immediately, please. That's Super Pro to staging. This is your third call. Vader goes 10-03, 133 miles an hour. Van de Ven at 10-14. Again, we need Super Pro to staging, please. Motorcycles in staging lane 1. And we need Junior Street on standby, racers. In the burnout box, that very strong small block powered 76 Dodge Sport of Jeff Bell, racing out of Oliver in the Okanagan Valley. Paired up with Kevin Garlock out of Victoria, that 71 Chevy Camaro. Well over 600 cubic inches of big block Chevy. Great lead for Jeff Bell, sets the thing down and runs. 9:48, 139 miles an hour for Jeff Bell in the Mopar. Kevin Garlick goes 0-2 red here in qualifying. Turns a 9:38 at $1.41. Daryl Tippy out of Surrey. Yesterday I was pronouncing his name incorrectly. My apologies to him and his family. The Horizon Paint 62 Chevy 2. Bryce Lowe driving the 77 Skylark. Tippy will get there first, 1090, 121 miles an hour. And 11.68 for Bryce Lowe. Cassie Tippy out of Surrey, 65 Nova Wagon, brought to you by Horizon Paint. Paired up with Bobby Ellers, 89 Mustang, 408 stroke small block Ford. Both racers through the finish line, 10-5, 225 for Bobby Ellers in the Mustang. Nova Wagon, and 11.62. In the burnout box, it's Shaggy. Shaggy being the station wagon itself, 1966 Bel Air. Dennis Winton, the pilot of that machine. Kevin McCauley out of Maple Ridge, the old school 83 Cutlass. Very close drag race. How about an 11.95 for Dennis Winton here in qualifying? And 11.97 for McCauley in the Cutlass. Not getting any information on that Chevy Chevelle, but I know it's Tyler Ham and that 78 Z28. racing out of Port Alberni on the island. Tyler Ham, a 10.35, 127 miles an hour. And 11.40, 117 for the mystery man or woman in the Chevelle. Mike Brady, 1994 Sonoma to Chilliwack. Paired up with Fat Black, that blown short box Chevrolet pickup, Jeff Potts at the wheel. Again, Super Pro, absolute final call. Super Pro, this is your absolute final call to staging. We need motorcycles in lane 1, please. Junior Street, you are still on standby. Jeff Potts, 0-4 on the tree. An 11.18, 99 miles an hour to an 11.91, 114 for Mike Brady. Craig Johnson paired up with Lorenz Schwartz. These are a pair of cagey racers. $19 on the tree for Johnson. Lorenz drives around him, gets there first. 10.33 with an 8 for Schwartz. At a 10.85 at 120 for Craig Johnson. Mark Peters, licensing / test pass. Big Booty Judy, the name of the car. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. That's Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4. We need Hot Rod on standby. Hot Rod, you are on standby. Big Booty Judy, trucking down the TCS lane, 10.28, 131.21 miles an hour. That's going to take us right into Super Pro, brought to you by Willowbrook Chrysler. Going to be one of my home racers, Mr. Consistency Charles Sidden. 1968 dirt, 512 cubic inches of alcohol-fed big block Mopar. He'd like to thank Tops Auto in Kelowna and the whole Sidden family for their help. Paired up with Jan Christensen. Very cool looking 67 Chevy Nova. 572 cubic inch poke stroked and massaged big block Chevrolet. Charles goes 003 on the tree, turns 975 with a 4. Jan Christensen, a quicker ET, 910, 148 miles an hour off his 01 light. Wes Bath, 83 Firebird, enjoying his 12th year of racing. Paired up with Mike Robinson out of Chilliwack, the JBS JS Power Sports 27 Roadster. Stroked small block Chevrolet in that Roadster. Once again, Junior Street, we need you in staging, please. That's Junior Street, we need you in staging. Mike Robinson, the Roadster, turns 916, 141 miles an hour. 946, again, 946 for West Bath, 141 miles an hour as well. Once again, while you can hear me, Junior Street, we need you in staging. Hot Rod, you are on standby.
The Little Altereds. Man, oh man. He's probably just a little longer than they used to be. That 92-inch wheelbase was a terror to try and handle. He's probably out there at 110 inches or so. That's Chris Simpson trying to make a straight pass right down Broadway. Goes 765, 173 miles an hour. Kevin McNichol goes 1016, 131 miles an hour. So Chris Simpson from Summerland taking that little bantam, right down Broadway, setting himself up for a good run. 765 and 173 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need you. 2 lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod, this is your call. Bring him up. Lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod. Jason Gibson and Aaron Phillips rolling forward now. Phillips in the dragster from Chetwynd. Jason driving the Mustang, the 66 Mustang over here, tower side. That's the TCS lane. They are pre-staged, roll forward, and they are set to go their qualifying run. Dragster goes through with a 10:33 at 116 miles an hour, 9:97 for the Mustang, 133 miles per hour. Next pair then, Peter Lucanis from Coquitlam, Brad Vingy from Langley. Brad in the Camaro, Peter in the Corvette. Delay box comes into play. Brad pulls power out, puts it back in after the delay, and runs a 1082, 148 miles an hour, 877 for the Corvette. 151 miles an hour for Peter Lucanis. Darren Buick and Dan Parsons. Parsons from Powell River, Quality Racing 70 Duster. And then Darren over here in the 67 Nova. 9:06 is the time for the Nova, 146 miles an hour. Parsons goes 1083 at 132 miles an hour. Parsons often runs in the 1090 class, so we'll have that sorted out. Running a 1083 here this morning in Super Pro. Richard Love now in the pickup, the S10 pickup here, tower side. Martin Rochelle from Surrey in the Malibu. Rochelle, another one of those 1090 runners in Super Street. Looking for a pass here to see how the track fits with the car's performance. And wheels up as Martin Rochelle stops the clocks at 10:11. 10:11, 129 miles an hour, 11 flat for Richard Love in the S10, 124 miles an hour. So certainly want to thank all the technicians from Valley Tech who are providing the online coverage on YouTube and on Facebook. Also providing the big screen here at Mission Raceway for all of you race fans to catch something that you normally do not have an opportunity to see, and that's instant replays. There's one right now. If you look at the big screen, there's an instant replay of Bo Dickey and Ryland Cook on their run. Absolutely amazing technology, and we certainly welcome and appreciate all the things that Valley Tech Production has done here this weekend for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Joanna Rebello now and Sydney Jung roll forward to the line. Joanna in the Thunderbird on the TCS side of the racetrack. On the Lordco side, Sydney Jung in the 96 Camaro. So the top end is clear, and we get set for the next pair. Junior Street, one of the newest NHRA categories. You will see two people in the vehicle. One, the license holder, and the other with the NHRA competition license driving. They run to the 8th mile. You have to adhere to all of the Junior Street rules, but you do not have to buy a Junior Dragster. You can use a street vehicle. Allie Stone runs 9:82 at 68, and Owen Engel Blair goes 9:85, 72 miles an hour. So much like Junior Dragster, except you have a full-sized vehicle that is a street machine. So here's two more in the Junior Street category. Emma Sidden, Tops Auto Repair sponsored Dakota. And in the other lane, that 70 Chevelle, that's Aiden Katnick. $9.96 for Aiden and $10.25 for Emma. So this is a licensing and qualifying pass all together. Taryn from the interior, Todd's area. And so Todd, the other announcer here, is certainly familiar with Taryn DePlante. Driving that 96 Pontiac, a licensing pass in Junior Street, as well as a qualifying run. $11.13 at 64 miles an hour for Taryn. And that is going to do it for Junior Street. So we have a few cars left over to run qualifying pass in Super Pro. That is Rick McKinney and Craig Johnson. Problems on the start line for Rick McKinney. Sponsored by RJL Farms. That Camaro having start line issues. He's off the gas and just coasting through. Craig Johnson goes 10.83 at 120 miles an hour in the Cutlass. See the big fire truck rolling in to the pit area. They will be collecting donations again for MS. We'll fill you in on the details after they get set up. Back on the start line. In the pickup, that flashy orange 48 Chevy. That's Rob Kind. And Randy Hermson taking the absolute opposite approach in his choice of colors. Sort of a flat black, matte black, low maintenance paint job on that 58 Oldsmobile. So the 48 Chevy pickup goes 1253 at 108 miles an hour. Randy goes 1336. 103 miles an hour. So we are now in the hot rod category, and this is going to complete the first rotation. The hot rod category completes the first and only qualifying rotation. The next time we see the cars on the track, it will be elimination time. One goes on, one goes home. And our first pair in hot rod will be Russell Jeffrey and Howie Winklehorst. Howie from Abbotsford, driving that 49 low slung Chevelle. So Howie driving that 49 Chevelle. I am, oh, sorry, that's not a Chevelle, is it? 66 Nova, though, is in the TCS lane. I was thinking, though, looking at the pickup, the Lordco side, if you are driving a pickup of any kind, make sure that your truck bed is dry. We've had a lot of moisture overnight. Make sure that it is dry when you do your burnout so you're not leaving water unduly on the racing surface. So neither driver able to wait for the green. Both of them will get a time. 9:90 for Howie from Abbotsford in the pickup in the Lordco lane. 9:35 for the Nova, 148 miles an hour. Aldergrove is home for Russell in that 66 Nova. Once again, if you are racing a pickup of any kind, please make sure that your truck bed is dry and free of water. Don Almas, Doug Marshall, next to Marshall in the Lordco lane from Enderby in his silver Chevy 2. Almas over here, also from Enderby, in the purple Dart. They stop the clocks at 10:05. Lordco side, 124 miles an hour, and 996, 133 miles per hour. Don Almas. And that brings up Jim Benke and Ron Clark. Jim Benke, regular runner here in a number of categories at Mission. He's in the 67 CUDA. TCS side, Clark in the Chevelle. Good launch on the part of the CUDA. Keeps it nice and straight. When the wheels come down, goes 10-10 with an 8. 10-10 with an 8, 131 miles an hour. And the Chevelle runs at 12:57. This category is hot rod. Hot rod class is distinguished by the fact that you have to run 750 and slower. The vehicle has to be a 1967 or older, so that makes it about 50 years old. No electronics are accepted in the hot rod category. Here's Rob Hodgson in the Plymouth and Sylvia Houston in the Ford. Both pre-staged, roll forward a bit. Here comes their tree. Red lights, not a problem in qualifying, and this is time trials and qualifying. Plymouth goes 10:88 with a 122 miles an hour. Sylvia goes 12:74, 105 miles per hour. Here we go, Bert Worrell. He is driving the Nova. Sponsored by Lordco and Bubba Speed Shop. The other lane, Rob Monroe Sr., 1931 Model A, 414 cubic inch small block Chevy. Inside that little Model A. Wow, making good use of the wheelie bars. That Model A launched hard off the line. Surface is there, 919 for the Nova, 146 miles an hour, 949 for the Model A at 140 miles an hour. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman. This is the call for Sportsman. Round number 1 of eliminations. We need you to the lane. Sportsman, bring him up 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sportsman, this is your call. Bring him to the lanes. Jordan Almas goes 11:41 at 116 miles per hour in the TCS lane. And Terry Charles in the 56 orange Chevy, well, that was 10:17 in the Lordco side, 128 miles an hour. As we continue in hot rod, John McCartney from Abbotsford in the Falcon here, tower side. Barely in the other lane, that is Brady Peterson. McCartney goes 11:11, 112 miles an hour, 11:60 for the fair lane of Brady Peterson, 116 miles per hour. And here is Mark Brenzinger, out of time. Notice on the quarter panel, I like the sponsorship. Vinny's Speed Shop and Bail Bonds. That's the thing. One's a Nova and one's an Acadian. The Acadian of Dan Gilmore on the Lordco side runs a 10:28, 123 miles an hour. The out-of-time Nova goes 10:28 as well. 10:28 with a 128 miles an hour. And John Sayer and Jerry Braubander. For Braubander, 121 miles an hour. John Sayer in the Dart goes 12:79, 105 miles an hour. Once again, we have called Sportsman. Round 1, elimination. Sportsman, we need you to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. There he 2. Attention in the pits. We need someone from Tech to the tower, please. Someone from Tech, please come to the tower ASAP. So Larry Rodenizer ran a 9:51 in that yellow Ford, 140 miles an hour against Criddle in the 27 Ford Roadster, 897. And that brings up Scott Winterbottom and Lauren DeFore. One of those neat-looking Altereds. 23 T-body. 496 cubic inch big block Chevy sitting out in front of Lauren. Lauren shutting off at the start line. Scott running through with an 8:59, 157 miles an hour. Scott sponsored by Rags to Riches and Top Shop in that 66 Chevy Nova. Once again, we need someone from Tech to the tower, please. Someone from Tech to the tower. And Sportsman, you should be rolling into lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for round 1 of eliminations. Sportsman rolling into lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it looks like Tim Cordner is going to round out the hot rod field. Freak Child, 55 Studebaker pickup. Cordner runs 10:35, 127 miles an hour. And that is going to do it for Hot Rod. We have got motorcycle next. So motorcycle this weekend sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson. And it would appear that we have a very small field of motorcycle. It might be one motorcycle. That remains to be seen. So Lauren DeFore in the Altered having problems on the start line, and so there will be need of a little bit of cleanup right there. Fortunately, he did not do a burnout and cross the line and run the risk of putting oil elsewhere, so that's a good news. But we will need a bit of time for some cleanup. I stand corrected. Looks like he did leave some oil a little further out or something. So they will attend to that. Safety crew, well versed in cleaning up all of these offending substances. Needless to say, we take safety paramountly when you're traveling at the speeds of a lot of the racers here today. We want to make sure that the racing surface is as clean as possible and as sticky as possible. I often refer to it as the art and science of track preparation. So we certainly want to take the opportunity to welcome all of you race fans here to Mission Raceway on this absolutely spectacular weekend. Smoke, fire, and thunder with a live stream online and here on the property, brought to you by Lordco Auto Parts. All sorts of sponsors that we always need to make mention of: Mountain View Harley Davidson, Big Kids Racing, Badass Garage, JBS Equipment, and Abbotsford Nissan. Those are just some of the many people who have put their support behind this event and the racing at Mission Raceway. And we always talk about the fact that without sponsorship, without people participating with their dollars here at the racetrack, this would not happen. I was just told by Sylvia that the hot rod ladder is posted in 2 locations. It will be posted at Sylvia's trailer and at George Criddle's trailer. So hot rod racers, ladder is going to be posted in 2 locations. Check Sylvia's trailer or George Criddle's trailer. Once again, we thank the people, the good people at Valley Tech Production, for all of their hard work in bringing the visual side of drag racing to those of you who are watching online on YouTube or Facebook. It is a spectacular production that they have put in place. We also want to thank these sponsors: Mopac Auto Supply, Willowbrook, Chrysler, Gas Greenlight Auto Sales, and a host of others that once again have participated. We always encourage you, as they have supported us, to support them. If there are products that you see signed or posted around the racing facility and you need that product, always encourage you to put your money where they have put their posters. So by all means, give them the support that they have provided to us. The other thing that's worth mentioning is if you are a business owner, if you have a business and are looking for exposure, this would be a good place for it. Drag race fans are loyal fans, and so by all means, if you are looking for a little bit of extra promotion for your business, why not talk to some of the racers in the pits? Hey, and because you are all here, we encourage you to wander into the pits. Your admission ticket is a pit pass. And so if you're sitting on the spectator side, well, you are welcome to wander over the bridge. not stop on the bridge, but wander over the bridge into the pits and take a look at all the great vehicles that are here. Look at them up close and make sure that while you're over on the pit side, do step in to the pro shop and grab yourself some NHRA and Mission Raceway souvenirs. Seems to me that I know somebody who has done something just like that, right? Todd was in the pro shop picking up some souvenirs. That's always a good thing. They have got everything from hats, all sorts of headgear. They got jackets, they got hoodies, die-cast cars, stickers, pins, glassware. And I know that you probably don't need it today, but they do have sunscreen there. So if you were thinking, I mean, if you are red hair and pale, sunscreen might be in need even today, but they got earplugs, they got bug spray, they got all sorts of things, along with ice cream, chocolate bars, packages of chips, you name it. So lots of good stuff. And BS Espresso, Barry and Shelley, they are here with, if I'm not mistaken, mini donuts. Got the mini donuts thing happening underneath the pit side grandstands. So lots of espresso and Milano special roast cappuccinos, mochas, lattes, frappuccinos, and other things that I have no way of pronouncing. I just got word that on the far side, on the spectator side, that's the Lordco side, Ember's Barbecue is now open, so you probably will be smelling that barbecue pretty well. So check out their pulled pork sandwiches on the spectator side. So lots of things to see and do, and we're awfully glad that you took the opportunity to spend some time with us here during Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So once again, we mentioned the online coverage that this weekend is getting on YouTube and Facebook. Had the opportunity to watch a good portion of it myself yesterday, and one of the most amazing features that I have not seen at any other racetrack that I have been watching over the past year and a half have been the drone shots. We have got some spectacular drone shots, and it's part of a company called Steel Reel Productions. They are providing the drone shots, and I marveled at the skill that they provide I mean, they can steer that thing inside of a needle. It's quite amazing to watch it, where that drone shows up.
I was actually watching the drone pilot, and he wears a VR helmet. The drone is his eyes.
Oh,
like,
well,
so he is in the moment, literally.
Amazing. That is amazing. Steel Reel Productions, working with Valley Tech. So that explains a lot, because I was trying to think, you mean depth perception and everything else? How does he do that? So, skill. It's an acquired skill. I would not be able to do that. Boy.
Shout out to Mission Fire and Rescue, Fill the Boot campaign. Again, selling 50-50 tickets as well as the Fill the Boot campaign. They will be coming around to the spectator side and the pit side stands, shaking their boot at you. Dig deep in your pocket, supporting the Muscular Dystrophy Association. Again, last night's 50-50 draw. Listen to this. The winner took home well over $2,200. I mean, you folks have been digging deep. Mission Fire Rescue appreciates it. We appreciate Mission Fire and Rescue. The Muscular Dystrophy Association appreciates it. We thank you very much for your support. But again, Fill the Boot campaign will be coming out to the stands very, very shortly. Throw your hand in your pocket, toss a couple of bucks in the boot.
So let me get this straight, Todd. Somebody came to the racetrack without $2,200 and went home richer than they were when they came to the racetrack.
Quite a bit richer. I'd say gas money plus.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's pretty stellar. So, I mean, there's reason enough to contribute and participate, whether it's, just putting money in the boot or buying the 50-50 tickets or, Paris thought, both. Great idea. Absolutely spectacular. So we want to thank the firefighters for being here and providing the opportunity for all of us to participate and give back to those who really need it.
Well, our very own race director, David Strell, $100 worth of 50-50 tickets last night, but he's not unhappy that he didn't win the $2,100, but that's just one example.
Well, he's in a wealthy category, so, I mean, that's wonderful to see that. Thanks a lot, Dave. That's perfect.
I'm not sure if he would agree with us on the wealthy category, but I think he wanted that $2,100 is what I think.
That could very well be. Nice side benefit. Hey, I mentioned earlier about the art and science of track preparation. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of effort that is placed in making sure that NHRA tracks are a safe place to race. If we go back to the very early days, track preparation involved simply kicking the big parts off the racetrack and driving around the shiny patches. But that is certainly no way that you can run a race today with the high horsepower cars that we have. And so the first thing that has to happen is there has to be just the right amount of rubber on the track. Too much is not good, too little is not good. So you will see from time to time the safety crew will do some scraping to get the excess rubber off the surface. So the next part is putting down just the right amount of rubber and then putting the traction compound. And again, it's not just a matter of spraying some sticky stuff. Every track is different. Every track has a different altitude, and so at different altitudes, the VHT traction compound does a different thing. So it needs to be measured properly to ensure that the consistency is there for racers all through the day. And then that has to be rubbed in with the tractors that you'll see rolling up and down the surface. So there is an art to it. That we know we need to do a certain amount of this, that, and the other thing. And then there's the science, the feel of it, to make sure that this is the way it's supposed to be because that's the way it is over there and over there.
And there is a point where you can go too far with the traction compound where it actually becomes quite greasy if you overdo it.
Exactly.
But on that exact point, I'm going to give a shout out to our starting line crew, Steve Sikora, Kevin McNichol, our traction twins, and all of the gang down there in the starting line doing a fantastic job. Our safety crew up at the top end of the racetrack, Tish and Ryan, in fire suits the entire time that race cars are running. These people are all rock stars in my eyes.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And they've got to be eagle-eyed because with racing happening run after run after run, somebody has to be really watching the start line, the finish line, mid-track in case of any eventuality. The device you see on the start line right now, that is essentially a scrubber. It has a liquid compound in it that is used to help degrease whatever it is that went down on the racing surface. One of the toughest, of course, are the new synthetic oils, which just do not break down with traditional solvents, but it takes a little bit of extra work. So the scrubber goes down, makes sure that all of that bad stuff is gone, and then we put on a nice new coat. And the trick is, as always, as I said, to make sure that it's not only as good as it was before, but equal on both sides. So we're just doing a little bit of maintenance, giving everybody the opportunity to catch up on maybe a bite to eat. It is getting close to 12 o'clock, and boy, in most people's cases, that would be lunchtime. So you might want to head over to the Half Track Snack Shack or grab some mini donuts at BS Espresso, and you need some chips or chocolate bar just to tide you over. That's available at the Pro Shop. And then we've got, of course, Ember Barbecue over on the spectator side. I know watching yesterday, Sangam Restaurant and Catering were here, and so they may be over on the spectator side with the food truck as well. So we have certainly not neglected all of you race fans over on the spectator side. So that is good news for everybody. So race fans, just to give you an update, we are set to head into eliminations now. Qualifying has been completed. We go into Sportsman, round number 1 of eliminations, and then that will be followed by the junior dragsters, and then we'll go through pro bracket, super pro, and motorcycle, junior street, hot rod, and then we will have Outlaw 275 completing their eliminations from yesterday. And then the Street Machine event, that will be round number 3 as well. They will complete their event or get closer to completion of their event. And then we'll have door slammers, West Coast door slammers, coming up for a qualifying session before they get into eliminations after that. Then if there's an opportunity for some Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harleys, all that and more is yet to happen. So bear with us as we do a little bit more track maintenance. We'll certainly keep you updated as we get closer to racing action.
Hi guys, Jason from Greenlight Auto Financing. Coming to you today to talk a little bit about a new marketplace. Something that's interesting that's going on in the business at the moment is the fact that insurances, rates, differentials, terms, bankruptcies, repossessions, things that are happening and people are paying an exorbitant amount of rates for. We have different financing lenders that allow us to work with an auto group that gives us over 1,500 vehicles for selections for customers to fit the approval needs. Now the difference that means for you is that what we can offer is rates. I can get you lower rates, better terms, more flexible payments, and a quicker credit recovery. That's what we do at Greenlight Auto Sales. At Greenlight Auto Financing, we have a team of over 30 years that offers different specialized trainings and bank representatives to give relationships to include you to get the very best that offers what we can do, which is approvals through dealer track. When you look at this, our team just keeps gathering and gathering and gathering and gathering approvals. And that's what customers need to get their daily lives in order. So what we want to do for you is give you an offer to come see what we can do for you, and I guarantee it'll be better than the rest. You can visit us at www.info@greenlightautofinancing.ca. Thanks again. It was nice meeting you. Bye now.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Here at TDS, we want to do more than just work for the dairymen. We want to partner with the dairymen, showing them that they are number one priority no matter what. That's why we've assembled the team we've assembled at TDS. Please enjoy this short video and introduction to our team.
Hi, my name's John DeYoung. I'm the president of Total Dairy Solutions and a partner in the company. As dairies continue to scale and technologies evolve, we at our company have employed some of the top dairy professionals and are really looking forward to taking these technologies into your dairy.
I'm Kevin Fisk, CEO and partner at TDS. I'm responsible for the overall administration of the company. In addition to TDS, I own an electrical company and a dairy farm here in Colorado. I look forward to being part of an organization that will help producers adapt and thrive in an industry that's rapidly changing.
Hi, I'm Yoav Levski. I'm the chairman of the board of Total Dairy Solutions and a partner. My role in the company is to develop strategies to help my customers and our employees to be better prepared for the challenges in the future of the food ecosystem.
I'm Ryan Calistro, Chief Commercial Officer and partner of TDS. I'm in charge of making sure that on a day-to-day basis we are delivering our promises and holding up our end of the bargain, and look forward to servicing you.
My name is Jake DeWitt. I am the Chief Technical Officer and partner at TDS. My background is in electrical engineering and managing big install projects. Going forward, I look forward to putting a team together around myself and the partners to bring our company and this industry up to the next level.
We hope you enjoyed that short video and the introduction to our team. We look forward to showing you what we're capable of not only today, but in the future as we continue to bring innovations forward in our industry. We appreciate your time today and consideration.
Hi guys, Jason from Greenlight Auto Financing. Coming to you today to talk a little.
Give you an update then as far as where we're at here. You can see the tractors doing the dragging right now, so we've pretty much got all of the offending element off of the racing surface. We're just putting some rubber back down on it, get some heat back in it. We'll do a little quick spray after that to get it up to par. We are, if you are keeping track of these kinds of things, we are roughly a half hour away from running the Top Fuel dragster and the Bone Shaker jet. So that is planned to have a run from each of them at 12:30. If you've never seen the Bone Shaker, strap in. It is quite an amazing thing. If you've never heard or seen a Top Fuel dragster, well, that is going to be a treat in and of itself. 11,000 horsepower in the dragster. That's right. 8 cylinders making 11,000 horsepower. But then also the Bone Shaker jet truck, 18,000 horsepower. So both of those are scheduled on track for about 12:30. So that's the situation there. In the staging lanes right now, round number 1 of Sportsman is going to kick off this Summit ET Racing Series number 6. And that is going to start as soon as we get the go-ahead from the safety crew. Sportsmen are in the staging lanes, as are the junior dragsters. They are set to go, and we'll be calling up all the other classes momentarily. But then, as I say, at 12:30, we'll be looking to have the jet and Top Fuel car, not together, but they'll be on the track around that time. So if you're doing some stuff around the pits, wandering around, getting something to eat, whatever, just wanted to give you a heads up to be back in the stands for that time. But we'll certainly be getting some racing action underway before that, as we have got just a couple of rounds of the tractors, and then we'll get back to some racing. too, I have not mentioned the fact that there is a wonderful military display that is over on the spectator side. So if you're on the pit side, might encourage you to wander over onto the spectator side throughout the course of the day and take a look at the historic military display. They've got some German vehicles there. They've got some World War I and World War II vehicles, all sorts of interesting things to take a look at over on the spectator side. And while you're over there, grab yourself a pulled pork sandwich from Ember Barbecue, and they are set up and awaiting your business. Feature entertainment sponsor here this weekend, Titanium Automotive Sales and Lease. That's a company that has stepped up big time in their sponsorship of racing here at Mission Raceway over the last couple of years. And the live drone that you see flying around, that's Still Real Productions. So the instant replay, if you're watching at home online, that is presented by Lucas Oil Products, and the finish line cam sponsored by Rocket Coatings. So lots of people who have participated and stepped up in the assistance of broadcasting this Smoke, Fire, and Thunder event to you online and here at the racetrack. Mopac Auto Supply, Bubba's Speed Shop, Willowbrook Chrysler, Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales, and Crown Door Service. So lots of people who, again, have put their money where their mouth is and stepped up to bring you this race. Mountain View Harley Davidson, Big Kids Racing, the Badass Garage, JBS Equipment, all sorts of great sponsors. If you look around the facility, you'll see signage, and we encourage you, if there are products that you're looking for, well, support them as they support us. Heavy equipment seems to be off the track as we are getting moments away from racing action, so please stand by. We will give you the call pretty quick. So this is going to round out the qualifying session. We had one motorcycle on the property who will be running in motorcycle, George Lucanis from Coquitlam, TK Performance sponsored. Following his run, we will roll into eliminations, starting with Sportsman. We did have a number of motorcycles here yesterday, and it looks like a number of them decided to head home. George runs 11:19, 121 miles per hour, so that concludes all the qualifying that has been scheduled, and we now move into eliminations. Eliminations. Obviously, if you're a fan of drag racing, you know how that works. Two come to the line, one moves on, one goes home, one goes on the trailer. So we are set with Sportsman. This is part of the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series that is contested right across North America. It is actually the world's largest motorsports program with over 80,000 competitors, racers in various levels. all racing against the dial-in that's on their window. You can see the dial-in that's posted on the reader board. That will indicate at the top end who gets the handicap start and who gets to leave second. Brendan Piskachik from Burnaby over here in the 1990 Fox-bodied Mustang, and Scarlett Morin from Mission in the Malibu. Handicap start went to the TCS lane. So the question is, will Scarlett be able to make up that difference by the top end stripe? Does not. Brendan stays out ahead, runs a 13.87 at 100 miles an hour for the win. That Mustang will go into the next round as Carson Barlow and Bill Wells now get set to do battle on the quarter mile. Carson in the C10 pickup has 14:15 on the window. Bill Wells in the Malibu has 12 seconds flat. So Carson will leave the start line with a handicap start of just over 2 seconds. It'll be up to the Malibu to track him down. Carson is off, and it's a red light start for Bill Wells. It is a tough job sitting there watching your competition get further and further down track, and a red light is one of the easiest things to do in a handicap situation. Nonetheless, Carson runs a 14.08 for the win, 93 miles an hour, so that C10 pickup. Going into the next round, Bill Wells, well, he's on the trailer, so to speak. 17 cars in the category. Dan Kemp and Eric Hansen, the next two. Kemp from Black Creek, sponsored by Lordco in that 2014 Mazda. Eric Hansen from North Vancouver in the 68 Plymouth. So the handicap for Hansen, 12.74 against Kemp's 17.20. Doesn't take much of a genius, even with my level of math skills, to figure out that Dan Kemp is going to get a big handicap start here. 17:20, so by my figuring is 5 seconds. And here comes Eric. Running, getting closer, getting closer. Is it going to be a breakout? He does. Works so hard to try and catch Dan Kemp, goes too quick. Goes under his dial. He dialed in 12.74. He ran at 12.68. Dan Kemp, 17.20, runs a 17.38 for the win. So that 2014 Mazda grocery getter is coming back next round. 76 miles per hour. Here comes Sylvia Hoogston now, and Shelby Dawson. Shelby worked her way up from Junior Street, now in Sportsman, out of Quesnel. 1990 Mustang getting the handicap start with a 14.50 dial in. And Sylvia Hoogston in the 66 Mustang is in hot pursuit now. Sylvia, a regular runner here, and pulls out the win. Goes 12.76 with an 8. 95 miles an hour. Sylvia, property manager out of Maple Ridge. Moving on to the next round is Colleen Davis and Ken Christensen. Get set for their next run. Elimination time, 14:40 is the dial-in on that 55 Bel Air. So the Bel Air will be sitting patiently as Ken Christensen in the Camaro has a 15:24 and will leave first. And there you see the difference. Both of them have green lights here at the front end. At the top end, that is yet to be seen as Colleen runs a 14.60, but Ken Christensen goes 15.32 for the win. Closer to the dial-in of 15.24. And that brings up Randy Hermsen, school bus driver from Mission, his 58 Oldsmobile, and Heather Hornell from Chilliwack in the GMC pickup. Handicap in this case, Randy Hermsen. Dialed in at 13.44, leads first. And now it's up to Heather to see if down that 58 Oldsmobile by the end of 1,320 feet. And she does. Goes quicker, even though Randy had a great double 05 reaction time. He was too quick at the stripe. Runs under his 1344, runs a 1340. Heather goes 1207, 98 miles an hour for the win. Now, in my books, Jim should get an award for having the most laps on any vehicle with that 77 Pacer. From Black Creek, Jim got the handicap start over Anthony in the Chevelle. And he pulls out the win, 1478, 75 miles an hour. Jim Mantle, normally running in the stock classes in the NHRA series. We'll take that Pacer into the next round. Steve Baskerville now and Kai Jesseman. Kai from Surrey in the 85 Regal over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, the spectator side, and Steve here, Tower side. He gets the handicap start, and they are both green and clean. At the stripe, it is going to be a win light for the, Steve Baskerville. I thought Kai was going to get him, but broke out. Ran under his index. There's dial in of 1250, ran a 1246. So the win light comes on for Steve Baskerville in the Gulf. And Lucas Stone will round out the field. Odd number of cars. So Lucas Stone, Winfield, BC is home base. So the Cutting Edge Auto sponsorship on that 69 Chevelle gets a bye run because of the odd number of cars to advance into the next round, and that is going to do it for Sportsman.
Getting ready to see a top alcohol pass. 00 Dane LeCelt at the wheel of the big, sexy rear-engine dragster. 510 cubic inches of all-aluminum, alcohol-fed, blown big block Chevy. Dane racing out of Kelowna in the Okanagan Valley. Like to thank Highway 97 Transmissions in Kelowna. Dane would like to thank the team, Cal, Doobie, John at home, and of course, Rob Seeger down here, and Wheel, Neil LeCelt. Thanks to all of you guys. Brand spanking new power plant in this car. New, bigger blower, still trying to get their hands wrapped around this machine. Personal best here at MRP. .607. Hoping to go into the fives here this weekend. We'll see what they've got. More than enough horsepower to do it. Broke some rocker arms and had some fuel delivery problems on Thursday and Friday, but they think they've got it all figured out. So open your eyes, cover your ears. Big Sexy is in the house. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Paul Horn, can you come to the base of the tower, please? Paul Horn, if you're in the facility, please come to the base of the tower. Wow, 4/10 better than yesterday's hit. 6:26. 225 miles an hour for Dane LeCelt. Again, 6:26 with an 8. 225. Not the high five he was looking for, but they are getting closer day by day.
The junior dragsters now coming to the line for their first round of eliminations. And just like all the other bracket cars in the Summit ET Racing Series, the junior dragsters will have dial-ins on their dragsters and work on a handicap system. So the slower car will leave the start line first. And the first two, Emily White and Lincoln Shirk. We start with Junior Thunder. Junior Thunder is for dragster drivers between the ages of 5 and 12. So if you're 5 years of age, you can be driving a junior dragster, which I think is pretty cool. So Emily White is 9 over here on the tower side. Emily White from Mission, Lincoln Shirk from Langley. Not sure of Lincoln's age, but he would be somewhere between 5 and 12. So the handicap start, a big one, going to Emily. They race to the 8th mile. Here comes Lincoln, and he drives by, runs a 9:18, 72 miles an hour. So Lincoln Shirk will advance into the next round. Margin of victory was 35/10,000ths of a second. So Emily was there, and Lincoln had to really drive right around her. It was that close, 35/10,000ths of a second. Here comes Hunter Gallant and Carson Brimacombe in the Lordco lane. So Hunter from Chilliwack, sponsored by BDL Auto Super, Steve Tires. Carson Brimacombe from Courtney is 8 years of age. Over on the Lordco side, sponsored by Lordco, Eddie's Equipment Repair. So you saw that Hunter lost fire, able to bring up the starter and get it fired up again with no problems. Car that, like many of these junior dragsters, has done service with a couple of different families. So Hunter's dialed in with a 1212 here tower side. Carson 1220. So you're probably not going to see the handicap, but it's going to be about 2/10, well, actually 1/10 over for Carson. Both of them are in, handicapped, going, as I say, to Carson on the Lordco side. And they will hit the 8th mile with a breakout for Carson, who ran too quick, 12:19, 12:24 for the win for Hunter. So attention in the pits while it's quiet. We're putting Pro Bracket on standby. Pro Bracket, you are on standby. We continue with Junior Dragster. Alex Green. Now, Green Brothers Racing. The irony is that their dragster is not green. Doesn't seem to bother them. Doesn't bother me. 1390 was the dial on the single run, because of the odd number of junior dragsters in the Thunder category. And that means that we now move up into the Lightning category. Alex Green goes 14:08 and 43 miles an hour. And I'm told that we have these two to finish out the Thunder. Abigail White and Wesley Armstrong will be the last two in the Thunder category. Abigail is 11 years of age. She's over here tower side, sponsored by Pioneer Truck and Trailer. Wesley, well, less information on Wesley. 1430 is the dial in for Wesley. And 9:15 for Abigail. Once again, I draw your attention to the reader boards at the end of the racetrack. You can see the handicap difference between the two. The Lordco lane will leave first. And he's off. Wesley is making his way down, and here comes Abigail. So they will meet at the 8th mile stripe, and Abigail picks up the win. Much better reaction time for Abigail. 0:91 against, a reaction time that starts with a 4. So Wesley was a little bit distracted on the start line. So Abigail moves on to the next round of Junior Thunder. And that brings us into Junior Lightning. All drivers who are 13 and older, up to 17. 5 cars in the category. Here's the first 2, Colton Morin and Lexi Winterbottom. So Colton from Morin Motorsport, sponsored by JBS here, Tower Side, dialed in 799. 856 is the number for Lexi. Langley Bowtie Ventures. So Colton will be sitting patiently on the start line as Lexi gets the handicap start. Start line, and at the 8th mile stripe, Lexi goes too quick. Win light comes on for Colton, goes 8:04 on a 799 dial. Colton Morin will advance. And here comes CL Gagnon from Qualicum Beach. Big Kids Racing, a 2009 McGee chassis junior dragster. Dialed in at 791. That's the pink dragster in the Lordco lane. Here, Tower Side, Emma Debris Coos, 970 is the dial in. And Shawnigan Lake is home. Sponsored by B&D Lift Track Services. Handicap goes to Emma, TCS lane. Pre-stage is lit for both junior dragsters, and they roll forward to break the stage beams, and they are off and running. Here comes CL and picks up the win light. 792 on a 791 dial, so a nice consistent run, 81 miles an hour. So CL goes into the next round. Often it is not always the quickest car that has the win. It's the most consistent car running in brackets and dial-ins. You need to make sure that you are always running as close as possible to the dial-in that you give yourself. Consistency is the key, not always quickness. Many a time I've seen slower cars wind up in the winner's circle. Here's Sydney Jung now, Surrey, BC, 2006 Creative Chassis. Attention to the pits, Kim and Jessica Johnkind, if you would come to the tower, please. Kim and Jessica Johnkind, if you would come to the tower, please. Your call, Kim and Jessica. We need you in the tower. As Sydney Jung heads down track, runs a 796, 82 miles an hour. Notice that on a single pass like that, you are able to run under your dial. She dialed in 8:04, ran a 7:96, 82 miles an hour. So that is going to... That's right, as Todd was saying, you're allowed a lot of leeway on a single, but you still cannot cross the center line or hit the wall. So that'll do it for junior dragsters. And I think that if the schedule is still intact, we are going to be seeing some Nitro top fuel action and some jet action. You can see the spraying of the shrubbery behind the track is taking place. We do that as a precaution. When the jet fires up, there is a long trail of flame and residual heat, and so we try to make sure that everything is as watered down as possible at the top end or at the back end of the racetrack. We also need to remove anything that is movable other than people. People will be staying there. So we're getting set for the jets, getting set for top fuel. I would not wander too far from my seat if I were you, as we are getting set. This is one of the big race weekends, no question about it. Smoke, fire, and thunder. If you chose this weekend to join us here at Mission Raceway, you picked a good one. The entertainment sponsor, as you see on the big screen here on track, Titanium Auto Group Sales and Lease. They are the feature entertainment sponsor, and a live stream that is brought to you by Lordco Auto Parts. Live drone that you see in the video provided by Still Reel Productions. And that instant replay is sponsored by Lucas Oil Products. So we have the luxury of having Lucas Oil sponsor the replay, and we have Finish Line Cam sponsorship, Rocket Coatings. All of this great production online and here on the property provided by Valley Tech. Valley Tech Productions Group. And the class sponsors, of course, Mopac Auto Supply, Willowbrook Chrysler, Greenlight, Bubba Speed Shop, Total Dairy Solutions, and Crown Door. They also are supported by Mountain View Harley Davidson, Big Kids Racing, the Badass Garage, JBS Equipment, and Abbotsford Nissan. So a host of sponsors making this race weekend an amazing success. So I'm looking in the pits, and you can see that they have pulled out the Top Fuel dragster, and that is Dark Side Top Fuel. They are getting set to bring that 11,000 horsepower Top Fuel dragster to the start line. And if you've, well, let's just say that it's been a good number of years since we've had Top Fuel Nitro here at Mission Raceway. Back in the early days, Top Fuel used to be a little bit more ubiquitous, but it has become so expensive that it is much harder for Todd and I to have a Top Fuel dragster sitting in the garage. That just does not happen anymore. And once again, you're relying on a tremendous amount of sponsorship to make that race happen. They say that it costs roughly $10,000 a run just to make a pass on a top fuel dragster. By the time you factor in the fuel, all the ancillary equipment that you need, the crew and everything else, $10,000 does not fall out of trees very often. So the actual workings of a top fuel dragster are a miracle in and of itself. We're asking a traditional 8-cylinder engine with push rods and everything else to do things that it was never intended to do. And running on nitromethane is an art in and of itself. Interesting thing about nitromethane, they'll start up the top fuel dragster on 87 octane gas. And it fires up quite nicely, but it doesn't provide the horsepower that you need to actually do the run. Then they'll make the switch over to the nitro. Nitro is a unique fuel in that if you had a puddle of nitromethane on the racing surface, you could throw as many matches into that puddle as you want and it would not do anything. It would not ignite. But if you hit it with a hammer, stand back. So nitro works on compression. So the more you put nitro into a cylinder and then compress it, the more it is essentially an explosion in each of those cylinders. And the fact is, these top fuel cars today use so much nitromethane. It is essentially, when they hit the gas, it's sort of like 8 shower heads of nitro pouring into that engine. 8 shower heads. And they will use, let's see, if you look at the starting line and the 300-foot orange block, by the time they go 1 football field, they have used 2 gallons of nitro in just 2 seconds. So they're amazing beasts to watch, and they are loud. Trust me. If you think you're going to be brave and not plug your ears, I'd be visiting somebody for hearing tomorrow. So it's a word to the wise, especially the young children. You want to make sure that their ears are covered. So that is going to be coming up here in just a few seconds. The great team out of Calgary. They are rolling forward, as is the Jet. So looks like the crew have taken all the preparations that they need. Attention in the pits, pro bracket. We need you to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pro bracket, bring them up for your first round of eliminations. Pro bracket, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bring them up. So just making the last few touch-ups, making sure that the racing surface is exactly how we want it. As I say, the surface is adapted to the vehicles that are running on it. Top Fuel cars require a slightly different touch-up on the racing surface than would, say, a pro bracket car. So we're just doing the last-minute touch-ups there. Dark Side Racing Top Fuel dragster is sitting just behind the bridge. We will be bringing it up. Do we have Kim and Jessica on the start line? Not sure if they can hear me on the start line. They get to stand in the center. So Top Fuel cars these days, spec'd out, 300-inch wheelbase, 500 cubic inch aluminum motor sitting behind, big giant blower sitting on top with an injector. So attention to the pits. Katz Wolf, we need you to the base of the tower, please. Katz, we need you to the base of the tower. So here comes the Dark Side Racing Top Fuel dragster. I was talking about some of the other things on this vehicle. That wing that you see, it's a 3-part wing. It will, at the end of a quarter mile, be providing roughly 5,000 to 6,000 pounds of downforce to keep the slicks planted. This is going to be a 1/8 mile pass. Strap a starter to the front of the blower snout and turn the motor over. As I mentioned before, they will inject a little bit of 87 octane gas to get the thing running and then switch it over to nitromethane. They'll bring it up to the line with essentially on a dual pump system, bring it up with one pump running after the burnout, and then after the pre-staged, they will turn on the other pump and you'll hear the engine load down and get really heavy, getting set for a run, and then it's stab the gas and it's gonna be loud. They have done tests where they've put earthquake measuring devices, a Richter scale, on the side of a racetrack, and when 2 Top Fuel cars leave, it registers just under 3 on the Richter scale, 2 point something. So they literally shake the ground in. So when you feel that, it is actually happening. It's not your mind playing tricks on you. They do literally vibrate the surface of the earth. All right, get set. You might want to plug your ears, and I'm not going to say too much here. So the vapor you see heading out of the pipes is unburnt, unspent nitromethane. Each of the pipes pushing out unspent nitromethane. Breathe deep. That's what I always say. It will make you cry. One of the things that makes a Top Fuel dragster unique with that blower and everything else is that nitromethane comes with its own oxygen. So it is full, oxygen rich, which is another reason that it's able to develop so much horsepower. So they'll do the fine tuning, set the motor to the right RPM that they want. It'll be a 1/8 mile blast. Get set. Make sure you watch the Christmas tree. Watch for the green light. Roll up. Second pump on. Yow! That is what you call a concussion. Not what they had intended, but all the safety valves seemed to work all right, but we felt that on the floor here. Did you folks feel that out there? Was that anything? Nobody got scared with that one? What do you think of that?
Well, I tell you, Jerry, I think we have got the attention of Greater Vancouver. Can you hear me now?
That was quite something, and that was just on a malfunction run. So, Top Fuel dragster, they are a volatile beast, to say the least.
Oh, yesterday in their hit, kicked the blower belt off at about 100 feet, which broke the crankshaft in half.
Ah.
So this crew thrashed all day yesterday to put a fresh bullet in that car.
Well, give them a hand for putting that all on together for us here today. It is not inexpensive to be running one of these cars. So there we go, Dark Horse Racing, Top Fuel dragster. Hit the gas and boom. All I saw was dollar signs. As soon as that happened, just starts chalking up dollar signs. So we'll have the safety crew out there, and we'll tow them off the top end of the track. And I look over beside me, and I see the Jet, the Bone Shaker Jet. He is going to be next. I'm not suggesting anything, but there was a racetrack that I used to announce at that had a tower that went across the drag strip, and when the Jet starts doing the burner pops, well, they blew out one of the windows, and that was not a fun time. So fortunately, we're on the side, so we're not going to worry about the burner pops. And we've been watering down all of the shrubbery down at the other end, so we should be safe, making sure that nothing catches fire. And that's just a safety precaution. Bone Shaker jet truck has 18,000 horsepower and 36,000 pounds of thrust. It, because it's in a truck, is one of the larger jet engines. It is one of, if memory serves, the jet engine that powers a 104 Starfighter. So, and if you're familiar with aircraft, the Starfighter was basically a jet engine with wings. Safety crew doing a quick check for parts and pieces that may have exited the top fuel car. Again, just making extra sure that the track is safe and ready for use. So I'm hearing that they are giving the go-ahead for the jet truck to come forward. And sure enough, here it comes. So the Bone Shaker jet truck, custom built, 1981 International TranStar 4300. It's got 18,000 horsepower and 36,000 pounds of thrust from a J79 General Electric turbojet engine. It's afterburning, which is what causes the flames that you'll see, is when they fire up the jet and they kick in the afterburner. The dry weight of this thing is 3,300 pounds. So the J79 is an axial flow turbojet built for use in a variety of fighters and bombers, such as the aforementioned F-104 Starfighter and another aircraft you may be familiar with, the F-4 Phantom. So that is what's sitting in that truck. If my information is correct from previous events, Rick Kopp is the driver and pilot of the Bone Shaker. Rick has owned and raced everything from motocross when he was 8 to drag cars, and now this thing, the Bone Shaker. So Rick continued in racing in Top Dragster, Nitro Nostalgia Funny Car, and has been racing for close to 30 or 40 years. This is his fifth season racing a jet truck. Rick is, well, you could say stoked and ready to run. I gotta think, if you're sitting in one of these things, you gotta be stoked. I hear the turbines whirring. Yeah, there we go. You just want to check out the foliage out back to see how much power is going on. They kick in the afterburners for the burner pops. There we go. Now we're talking. So we're getting set. This is going to be rich. You picked a good day to be at the races. The Bone Shaker. So the burner pops, part of the show, just to get you in the mood. I don't know if anybody can hear me. It doesn't matter. All right, Bone Shaker. Here we go. Down 1,320 feet. Get set. Here goes Rick Hollywood Cobb. How about that? That was incredible, right? Give the crew a big hand. That is amazing. 8:40 in the quarter mile. There's the replay on the big screen. Just amazing. Early shut off, popping the chute, and that is quite something. An experience to be had, no question about it. Todd, are you still with us?
I'm still with you, Jerry. I was down on the ground yesterday when the Bone Shaker ran, and I thought the thing was loud and scary standing down on the asphalt. But I tell you, it's far more frightening here in the tower looking at these 6-foot windows moving in and out about 6 inches. When that thing is warming up. It is frightening up here, Jerry.
Yeah, we have some renovations that were done, compliments of the Bone Shaker, and it's a good excuse to get some work done. Now we need to repair, but that was pretty spectacular.
Just want to put out another shout out to the Mission Fire and Rescue team. Seems kind of coincidental they're here at the same time. But again, the Fill the Boot campaign for the Muscular Dystrophy Association. Take this opportunity while we bring all our crew and equipment back down to the starting line. Go down and help fill the boot. Pull a couple of bucks out of your pocket, throw it in the boot. Buy some 50-50 tickets. You might go home with more money than you came in with. Again, over $2,100 going to yesterday's winner. Again, support the Muscular Dystrophy Association. Support Mission Fire and Rescue.
So are you okay to handle the pro brackets?
I think I can get that done. I might remember how.
I'm sure you can.
The Bone Shaker might have worked my hearing, but my voice will still work for a while. Also a reminder, 604 Street Legit, Crown Doors, bringing you the 3rd annual Street Machine Nationals here during Smoke, Fire, and Thunder of MRP. Got all kinds of great swag down there at Don Murray's Pit. You need a t-shirt, hoodie, or a baseball cap. 604 Street Legit has got what you need. Again, Cat's Wolf. JS Power Sports does have VP race fuel on site. If you need fuel, go and see Cats. Again, just taking a few minutes to put all of our equipment back on the starting line, get everybody into place. They'll do a quick check over the racetrack, and we'll be right back to eliminations. Again, we've got pro cars all lined up. We have Super Pro on standby if they're listening to me announce. Again, Super Pro, we need you on standby. And we'll carry on through the program from there. Again, welcome everybody here at Mission Raceway Park, as well as the World Wide Web, Facebook and YouTube, broadcasting live the entire day. Like to thank Valley Tech Productions and Still Real Productions for all of their efforts in the online production. Literally thousands of people at home watching this production. So hi to everybody at home. Super Dave, I have your t-shirt. Again, Ember's Barbecue House putting on the pulled pork sandwiches over on the spectator side of the track. I do believe Sangam Restaurant and Catering is over there as well. Take an opportunity to thank some of the sponsors bringing you this weekend event: Abbotsford Nissan, Bubba's Speed Shop, Willowbrook Chrysler, Mountain View Harley Davidson. Junior Dragsters brought to you by JBS. Hot Rod brought to you by Badass Garage. X275 Total Dairy Solutions. As previously mentioned, Crown Doors bringing you the Street Legit Street Machine Nationals. I'd like to thank Greenlight Auto Financing, Mopac Auto Supply, Big Kids Racing as well for their support. If you're not a pro car, or pardon me, if you are a pro car and you're not down here in lanes, you are late. Again, getting ready to go into elimination round of pro. Pro brought to you this weekend by Bubba's Speed Shop. That's one of the t-shirts I want to take home as well. You guys at Bubba's, I'll be by to see you. BS Espresso down here, pit side behind the stands. Espresso coffee, ice cold drinks, and mini donut. I love mini donuts. Barry and Shelley Siebert bringing us that fantastic product. The Half Track Snack Shack, center of the pits, serving up great food, cold drinks, and hot coffee. And the Pro Shop with all kinds of great MRP swag, as well as a few, how do you put it, team swag as well. They've got a couple in there. So again, make your way around, check out some of the cars, some of the products, some of the outstanding teams. And Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, our biggest event here, MRP. Taking it to a whole new level with this online broadcast. Again, we appreciate everybody tuning in, checking out Mission Raceway Park here. Beautiful Mission City. Mission Raceway nestled alongside the Fraser River, just outside of Vancouver proper. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro to staging, please. That's Super Pro to staging. What? Okay, I hear them firing those pro cars to life. We are going to go into elimination rounds. Pro class brought to you by Bubba's Speed Shop. Kevin Garlick heating the hides in that 71 Camaro. Paired up Jeff Potts, that blown big block Chevy short box. 930 the dial for Garlic, 1150 for Jeff Potts. 2-second head start for Jeff Potts. Again, Super Pro, we need you to staging, please. That's Super Pro to staging. Kevin goes red in the Chevy Camaro, going to send Jeff Potts into the next round. At the starting line, Doug Marshall at the wheel of the best birthday present ever again. Doug celebrating his 50th birthday recently. His wife bought him this car for his birthday. Paired up with Rich Dyes in the Nova. Nova leaves the line, front wheels in the air. Doug Marshall chasing him down. And Marshall gets it done. 10-18. 123 miles an hour. Dies a little bit too quick, runs a 11:33 on a 35 dial. Jeff Whitworth out of Nanaimo, 427 stroke, small block S10, paired up against Mike Brady in the 94 Sonoma. Front wheels in the air for Whitworth. Machine is on a roll. Jeff Whitworth gets the win, 984 and an 83 dial, 129 miles an hour. Brady couldn't run the number, 1203 on an 1193 dial. Titanium Auto. bringing you this 1967 Chevy 2. John Jenkins at the wheel out of Richmond, paired up with Veronica Hodgson, that 69 Dart. 360 small block in the Dart. Both racers clean and green. Jenkins chasing Veronica down. And the win goes to Veronica Hodgson. 1270, 92 miles an hour. 925 losing effort for John Jenkins. Cassie Tippy. 65 Chevy Nova wagon out of Surrey, paired up with Barry Checkluck. Langley, British Columbia's 1984 RX-7 with a 350 Chevrolet under the hood. He'd like to thank Fire Actors Tech for their help. Cassie Tippy goes red, gonna send Barry Checkluck into the second round. Checkluck with an 11:23, 122 mile an hour pass. Some Fox on Fox crime. Bobby Ellers, 1989 Mustang out of Maple Ridge, paired up with William Wood. 1992 Ford Mustang, 427 stroker in that machine. Again, Super Pro, we need you to staging, please. That's Super Pro to staging. Both racers leave a green tree. It's anybody's race at this point. Double breakout. The win goes to Bobby Ellers in the TCS lane. A 10.57, 124 mile an hour pass. William Wood, 1032 on a 35 dial. Ellers only 100th under. William Wood, 300ths under. Glenn Martin, out of Surrey, the Heads Unlimited 1972 Vega, paired up with Walter Johnson. Both cars go red. Walter Johnson, bigger red. The win goes to Glenn Martin. Goes 10:09, 128 miles an hour to win that round. Another one of those very clean 71 Vegas racing out of Abbotsford, British Columbia. 71 Vega of Brian Heffel, 408 cubic inches of Polk stroke small block Chevrolet, paired up with Tyler Ham in his 78 Z28. Both racers go red. Tyler Ham, the smaller of the reds, gonna win the round. 12:25, 128 miles an hour. Brian Heffel throws away a 9.99. Craig Johnson. Johnson's Custom Exhaust, bringing you this 79 Malibu wagon, paired up with Daryl Tippy. The Horizon Paint 62 Chevy 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we need you to staging now, please. That's Super Pro to staging immediately. Daryl Tippy, 003 red, pushes the tree just a little too hard. Craig Johnson into the next round. 1080, 120 miles an hour for Johnson. Again, we need Super Pro to staging, and we need them right now. That's Super Pro to staging. I need Motorcycles and Junior Street on standby. That's Motorcycles and Junior Street on standby, racers. Ross Walker, 66 Chevy 2, taking on my good friend Chris Lloyd out of Oyama, 69 Chevelle with a 468 big block. And Chris Lloyd, right after I say he's my friend, goes red in a big way. 04 red, hands the win to Ross Walker. Walker goes 10:02 on an 07 dial. 132 miles an hour for Walker. Jeff Bell in the Lord Colane. Retired gentleman out of Oliver, British Columbia in the Okanagan Valley. 76 Dart Sport, 455 small block. Big Dana 60 rear end in this machine, paired up with Tom Katnick, that Chevy Chevelle. Jeff Bell dumps, jumps, hangs the hoops, and off he goes after Katnick. And he gets it done. Jeff Bell with a 955, 124 mile an hour. Katnick couldn't run the number, 1188 on a 5-0 dial. We'll see Jeff Bell back in the next round. James McMath, 88 Mustang, brought to you by Titanium Auto Group. Racing that beautiful 1970 Barracuda AAR, brought to you by SMS Equipment and K-Rents. Both machines clean and green. And the win goes to Businski in the Barracuda, 1130, 104 miles an hour. And 1181 at $112 for James McMath, but he's on his way to the trailer. Dennis Whitten, 66 Bel Air wagon he calls Shaggy, pairing up with Don Almus out of Enderby, British Columbia, 69 Dart with a 440. Final call for Super Pro to staging, please. I need Super Pro to staging a long time ago. Both racers leave a clean green tree. Dart chasing that wagon down. The wagon stays ahead just enough. How about 1196 on a 96 dial for Dennis Winton, 07 on the tree. Almus ran under his number by 3, 1002 on an 05 dial. Brian Vader out of Barhead, Alberta, 1972 Dart powered by a 440. Like to thank Clicks Auto Parts, paired up with the old school Cutlass of Kevin McCauley. Again, old school, the name of the car. I'm not saying that it's an old school style build. Brian Vader goes 03 red, hands that round to McCauley. McCauley, 1205, 109 miles an hour in that pass. Nick Ribello, that very cool 88 Buick Regal brought to you by TSR, racing out of Maple Ridge. Paired up with the 68 Firebird, John Van de Ven. Van de Ven racing out of Abbotsford, says he's a mechanic. Nick Ribello, 03 red. John Van de Ven gonna win the easy way. 1021 on a 16 dial, 131 miles an hour for Van de Ven. Ribello wasting an 1149. Bryce Lowe, 77 Buick Skylark, 496 big block Chevrolet, paired up with the 4-cycle Customs Incorporated 69 Dodge. Grant Gordon, the pilot of that Dart. Yet another red light. Grant Gordon in the Lord Colane goes 06 red. Bryce Lowe will win that round. 1164, 118 miles an hour. Grant Clohan out of Victoria on the island. 67 Ford Fairlane, 470. No, this is not correct information at all. Got a 77 Nova, Ritchie Racing Engines, Del Northgraves. Grant, if that in fact is Grant Clowen. 1131, 121 miles an hour. No, that was not the correct information, so we will see. We should see that Fairlane back in the next round. Lorenz Schwartz out of Titanium Auto Group, paired up with the Mustang of Brent Neufeld. Both racers are green on a double breakout. The win's going to go to Neufeld, 1078 with a 9 on a 1080 dial. Lorenz, 1035 on a 37 dial. Win going to Brent Neufeld. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, we need you to staging, please. Junior Street, we need you to staging. Hot Rod on standby, racers. That's Hot Rod on standby. Junior Street to the lanes now, please. Mark Peters, Big Booty Judy Chevy Chevelle. Last competitor in the class. Again, Pro Class brought to you by Bubba's Speed Shop. Man, Mark Peters in this licensing pass. In fact, not a pro car. Front wheels in the air a couple of times. 10.30, 122 miles an hour, and a pretty violent pass. That's going to take us into Super Pro, brought to you by Willowbrook Chrysler. Peter Lacanas out of Coquitlam. Transporters Logistics 1963 Corvette. West Bath out of Kamloops, the 83 Firebird. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need you to staging, please. That's Hot Rod, we need you to staging. Junior Street to staging as well. So Hot Rod and Junior Street, it's your turn. West Bath, like to thank Lordco Auto Parts and Acumen Machine. 582 inches of poke stroke big block Chevrolet. "12 years drag racing for West Bath. Says he's looking for 150 miles an hour this weekend. Let's see if he can pull it off. Well, no, not quite, but he does win the round. West Bath, 946 on a 946 dial. A near perfect run for West Bath, 141 miles an hour. Not quite the 150 he's looking for, but he's inching closer. Pair of Mopars at the line. Dan Parsons, the Quality Racing Duster. Charles Sidden at Alcohol, 67 Dart. Charles Sidden with the win. 976 on a 74 dial at a $1.29. Dan Parsons, 1089 on a 1085 dial. Charles Sidden driving around Dan Parsons' 02 reaction time. Richard Love, 1989 S10 brought to you by SS Motorsports. Paired up with Mike Robinson out of Chilliwack, 27 Roadster. Sponsored by JS Power Sports and JBS. Both races clean and green. This round goes to Mike Robinson, 917, 141 miles an hour. Brad Vingy, BNC Racing 68 Camaro 515-inch big block Chevrolet, taking on the 434 cubic inch stroke small block Chevy, Kevin McNichol in that 67 Nova. He'd like to thank Jim Benke, Lord Auto Parts, Lucas Oil for all of their help. Again, Kevin McNichol is part of our starting line crew. Brad Vingy, 1083 with a 645 miles an hour on a 1083 dial. Went 008 on the tree. Darren Buick, 67 Chevy Nova here in the TCS Tower Lane, taking on that beautiful 66 Mustang and Jason Gibson. 427 small block in that Mustang. Double red light on the start line. Jason Gibson, the Mustang's gonna move on. 10.003. Had a 005 red. Darren Buick went 0.48 red. I don't know what Darren was thinking. He must have been hungry, wanted one of those Embers pulled pork sandwiches and figured he better hurry. Beautiful 67 Chevy. Haley Christensen paired up with Martin Rochelle. Martin driving that big block equipped 78 Malibu. Almost identical reaction times out of those cars. The win's going to go to Martin Rochelle in the Malibu. 10:15, 124 miles an hour. Haley a little bit too quick. Took 300s off for 908. Went in 05, put herself on the trailer. Aaron Phillips, 1998, rear engine dragster racing out of Chetwynd, paired up with Rick McKinney, the RJL Farms Camaro. Both races away clean. Double breakout, the win's gonna go to Rick McKinney, 1045 on a 47 dial. 127 miles an hour for that Camaro. Craig Johnson in the Money Cuddy, 84 Cutlass. Brought to you by Performance Advantage. Chris Simpson out of Summerland in the Okanagan Valley. The Simpson Race Solutions 1932 Bantam Roadster. Poke, stroked, and massage 434 small block Chevrolet in that Bantam. Simpson's pre-staged. Craig Johnson lights the top bulb. And the tree is hot. Both races away clean. That Bantam doing its best to catch Johnson, and he does it. Double breakout, he goes 763 at 174 miles an hour on a 66 dial. Craig Johnson way too fast, 1163 on his 68 dial. We'll see Simpson back in the next round. Again, Hot Rod and Junior Street, you should be in the lanes or making your way to staging. That's Hot Rod and Junior Street, you should be on your way to the staging lanes or already in them. All right. Gonna roll into Junior Street, brought to you by JBS. Oh, and Engel Blair, the 2000 GMC here in the Tower Lane, brought to you by TCS. Paired up with Ryland Cook. Ryland out of Langley, the Lands Auto 604 Street Legit 68 Falcon. Again, Street Legit, bringing you, along with Crown Doors, the 3rd annual Street Machine National, which we'll finish off here this afternoon. 1010 the dial for Cook, 994 for Owen. 0.2 of a second head start, not quite, for Ryland Cook. Again, Hot Rod, we need you here in staging if you are not already. Hot Rod, please make your way to staging. Thank you. Too late. Oh. Win goes to Ryland Cook in the 68 Falcon, 10:21, 64 miles an hour. Not quite the 10:10 he was looking for, but it was enough to win. Young Taryn DePlanty, out of Lake Country in the Okanagan Valley, brought to you by Tim's Transmission and Driveline, that 96 Pontiac. Paired up with Joanna Rebello, racing out of Pitt Meadows, the Thumbsucker Racing Thunderbird. Joanna goes red, gonna send Taryn DePlanty into the next round. Taryn with a 1088, 64 miles an hour. Allie Stone out of Winfield, 69 Chevy Chevelle out of Cutting Edge Automotive and Stone Brothers Racing. Paired up with Aiden Katnick, 70 Chevelle, brought to you by TK Performance. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Outlaw 275 and door slammers on standby, please. That's Outlaw 275 and door slammers on standby. Double breakout, the win goes to Allie Stone. Chevelle goes 976, 69 miles an hour. And can we have 604 Street Legit on standby as well? That's Outlaws, door slammers, and 604 Street Legit on standby. Next competitor in the Junior Street program, young Emma Sidden out of Lake Country, British Columbia, up in the Okanagan Valley. Truck tuned by Tops Auto Repair. She'd like to thank her dad, Charles, her mom, Nancy, and brother, Cole, back at home for all of the support. Paired up with Bo Dickey out of Moore and Motorsports, that 93 Chevy S10. Well, she won at both ends of the racetrack. Emma goes 05 on the tree, runs 10:27 on a 2/4 dial. Bo Dickey goes 9:13 on his 17 dial. A little bit too quick. We will see Emma Sidden back in the next round. Sydney Jung, 1996 Camaro out of Surrey, just up the road a piece. Respectable 0-1 reaction time for that Camaro. Sydney with a clean pass, 9:32 on a 30 dial. 76 miles an hour for that junior street competitor. That's going to take us into Hot Rod. Hot Rod brought to you this season by the Badass Garage. Great collectible products. Badass Garage has got their setup down here, just behind the pit side stands. Great signs, neon signs. A lot of really cool stuff for your man cave or cougar den, however you want to put it. Randy Hermson, that 58 Oldsmobile 88, paired up with Rob John Kind, the fat black Enterprises 48 Chevy. 007 red for Rob Kind sends Randy Hermson into the next round. Big Oldsmobile goes 13.45 at 103 miles an hour. He'll be back in the next round. Doug Marshall, 1962 Chevy 2, small block Chevrolet, mostly underneath the hood. Paired up with that very smooth 66 Fairlane out of Souk, British Columbia. Brady Peterson, 393 cubic inches of blue oval power in that machine. Both racers clean and green. Round is gonna go to Doug Marshall. Goes 10-11, 116 miles an hour. Peterson losing 1191. Full 2/10 off his 1170 dial. Couldn't run the number. Had the tree by 3, but it wasn't enough. This very cool 1949 Chevy pickup. Howie Winklehorst at the wheel out of Abbotsford. Racing Port Alberni's Ron Clark in that 69 Chevelle. Ron Clark wins that round, 12:59, 105 miles an hour. Winklehorst run under by 200s, 874 on a 76 dial. Ron Clark will be coming back. Friend of mine, Russell Jeffrey, contractor out of Aldergrove in this 66 Nova. Larry Rodenizer, 46 Ford. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275 and Crown Doors 604 legit. We need you to staging. Again, that's Outlaw 275 and Crown Doors 604 legit. We need you to staging, please. Win goes to Larry Rodenizer, 949 with a 4, 131 miles an hour to win. Russell Jeffrey is too quick, 918 on a 25 dial. Wow, 918 on a 1025 dial. Did that car just go a second faster, or is that an error? Cordner, Scott Winterbottom making their way down the drag strip. And the win's going to go to Winterbottom, the 66 Chevy. 870, 152 miles an hour. And having problems with it, so. Burt Worrell, the naturally aspirated 67 Nova racing out of Langley. He'd like to thank Bubba's Speed Shop, Lord Auto Parts. Paired up with John Sayer in the 68 Dart. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275. Crown Door 604, Street Legit. And Canada West Door Slammers, 2 staging please. Again, that's Canada West Door Slammers. We are looking for you in staging as well. Winning that round goes to the 68 Dart of John Sayer. 1279 on his 77 dial. Burt Worrell throws away a 921. Again, we are looking for Outlaw 275, Crown Door 604, and Canada West Door Slammers to staging, please. Jerry Brabender, Terry Charles. Win goes to Brabender, the 62 Chevy 2, 1077 on a 1077 dial. 115 mile an hour pass for that Chevy 2. 56 Chevy, little too quick. 200s under goes 1014 on a 16, all the way to the pits and into the trailer. We got the Mooch 1965 Acadian, piloted by Dan Gilmore out of Maple Ridge, paired with the 67 Plymouth Satellite, Rob Hodgson out of Mission, BC. And the round goes to Dan Gilmore, 1032, 124 miles an hour. Hodgson, 500's too fast, goes 1085 on a 90 dial. Sylvia Hodgson's out of Maple Ridge, 66 Ford Mustang powered by a 302. Paired up with that wheelie machine, Rob Monroe Sr. in that very strong 31 Model A. Supercharged 414 cubic inch small block Chevrolet. Hodgson's and Monroe ready to roll. Mustang away first. Front wheels in the air for Rob Monroe, but he left too soon. Monroe goes 06 red, hands the win to Sylvia. Hodgson's 1270 on a 1270 dial, a near perfect run for Sylvia. Again, Monroe 06 red. Again, Door Slammers, Outlaw 275 and 604 Street Legit. We need you in staging, please. Mark Bresinger out of Richmond, racing out of Mini Speed Shop in that Chevy Nova. Paired up with the 69 Dart of Don Almas. And the win's going to go to Bresinger in the Nova, 1028, 126 and a half miles an hour. Almost a few hundreds too quick, 999 on a 1002 dial. Just a little bit too quick. Jordan Almas, 69 Dodge Dart, 340 wedge under the hood. paired up with that 67 Falcon out of Abbotsford, John McCartney. Wind goes to Jordan Almas in the dirt, 11.56, 112 miles an hour. Jim Benke, the very, very strong 67 Barracuda with a 440. Paired up with the very cool 1927 Ford Roadster, Blair Criddle. Blair out of Delta, he'd like to thank Precision Performance. Criddle having all kinds of problems getting down the racetrack. Looks like Benke's on to the next round. Benke with a much slower 1037 on his 11 dial, but I think he was looking in the mirror and could see Criddle having issues. Blair slows to a 988 off his 90 dial, so it wasn't that far off. Well, race fans, we gonna see another pass by Big Sexy. Again, Big Sexy is the car, not the driver. 00 Dane LeKelt, racing out of Kelowna, British Columbia, one of my neighbors. Machine brought to you by Highway 97 Transmissions. He'd like to thank the crew. Again, brand spanking new 509 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Big giant twin screw blower. All of this a new package this year. They're still trying to get a grip on it. Says it, everything inside is bigger, makes quite a bit more power than what it was making in past seasons. But just because you have more power does not necessarily mean you're going to go faster. Again, Neil, Cal, and Steve doing a great job getting that car into the lane exactly where Dane wants it. Open your eyes, cover your ears. Big Sexy's about to make a pass. And that is not the noise they wanted to hear, folks. Well, I bet the burst panel's sitting against the back of his helmet again, probably. As I said earlier in the day, bunch of broken valve train parts and some fuel delivery issues earlier in the week. I can all but guarantee they will be back. You folks down, well, everybody on the big Titantron and at home, seeing the final pairings for the Outlaw 275 class coming up. Just 4 cars left in that. Daniel Rodrigue, Jordy Lazic, Justin Gallant, and Smokin' Steve Skokin, the final 4 in the Outlaw 275 class. And as I said, these cars are extremely difficult to drive. There's not one of these cars making under 1,000 horsepower, trying to get down the track with a tiny little 10.5-inch 275 radial. Knees and elbows flying. These guys are driving the car. You do not just point and shoot. They are working these machines to get them down the track. Outlaw 275 brought to you today by Total Dairy Solutions.
Here at TDS, we want to do more than just work for the dairyman. We want to partner with the dairyman, showing them that they are number one priority no matter what. That's why we've assembled the team we've assembled at TDS. Please enjoy this short video and introduction to our team.
Hi, my name's John DeYoung. I'm the president of Total Dairy Solutions and a partner in the company. As dairies continue to scale and technologies evolve, we at our company have employed some of the top dairy professionals and are really looking forward to taking these technologies into your dairy.
I'm Kevin Fisk, CEO and partner at TDS. I'm responsible for the overall administration of the company. In addition to TDS, I own an electrical company and a dairy farm here in Colorado. I look forward to being part of an organization that will help producers adapt and thrive in an industry that's rapidly changing.
Hi, I'm Yoav Levski. I'm the chairman of the board of Total Dairy Solutions and a partner. My role in the company is to develop strategies to help my customers and our employees to be better prepared for the challenges in the future of the food ecosystem.
I'm Ryan Calistro, Chief Commercial Officer and partner of TDS. I'm in charge of making sure that on a day-to-day basis we are delivering our promises and holding up our end of the bargain, and look forward to servicing you.
My name is Jake DeWitt. I am the Chief Technical Officer and partner at TDS. My background is in electrical engineering and managing big install projects. Going forward, I look forward to putting a team together around myself and the partners to bring our company and this industry up to the next level.
We hope you enjoyed that short video and the introduction to our team. We look forward to showing you what we're capable of not only today, but in the future as we continue to bring innovations forward in our industry. We appreciate your time today and consideration.
Once again, Canada West Door Slammers, 604 Street Legit. We need you to staging, please. That's Canada West Door Slammers and 604 Street Legit. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Pro Modified and Top Fuel Harley, can we have you on standby, please? That's Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harley on standby. Canada West Door Slammers, 604 Street Legit, you should be in staging. If you're not, get on down here. Again, Pro Mods on standby, 604 Street Legit, and Door Slammers to staging. Thank you.
So what you see the start line crew doing is some specific maintenance as we are about to run the Outlaw 275. And as Todd was saying, small skinny tire, loads of horsepower, and run them to the 8th mile before they get too crazy. So we just want to make sure that the track is prepped for their style of racing. That is exactly what we're doing. The cars themselves are sitting in the staging lanes. They are set to go, and that is going to be followed up by the Streetcar Nationals. This is the 3rd annual Canadian Street Machine Nationals. Crown Door is the proud sponsor of the 604 Street Legit program, and together with Mission Raceway, Crown Door, and 604 Street Legit promote pushing limits and racing safely on the track, not on the street. So that will be coming up after Outlaw 275. And I hear motors. Motors are lit, and we get set. Total Dairy Solutions presents Outlaw 275. Semi-final round action. 4 cars left in the category. This is going to set up the final round. First pair, Dan Rodrigue from Chilliwack and Steve Skokin from Surrey. Dan the Boo, driving the 1981 Black Malibu over here, Tower Side. Sponsors include Ken's Specialty Automotive, Goat Performance, Fortin's Auto Supply, Maskell Collision, and Choice Mechanical. I probably should not be talking while they're doing a burnout. Steve Skokin from Surrey, LMS Group, the Pale Horse he calls it. 1981 Mustang, 445 cubic inches under the hood. In the case of Dan Rodrigue, 598 cubic inch big block Chevy. Once again, they're racing to the 8th mile. On the big screen, you can see a nice clear shot of Steve Skokin. This is heads up. Tree comes on. First one at the finish line moves on to the final round. Rodrigue has run a couple of 4.6s, 4.63 and a 4.61. Skokin, 4.77 and 4.72. They are off. Win light comes on for Dan Rodrigue, 4.57, quickest run of the weekend, 155 miles an hour. Steve goes 4.70, and that's his quickest run, but not enough to go into the final round. Dan Rodrigue takes the Boo into the final round. can see the brush brigade on the start line. They are checking out and doing a little bit of mop-up. I'm always amazed at how vigilant the start line crew is. They are looking everywhere at everything to make sure that when the next driver pulls up, they have a nice, clean, safe track to run on. So they'll survey what needs to be cleaned up and mopped up here before we run our next two, which will be Jordy Lazic and Justin Gallant. So it looks like everything got sorted out. Keep in mind, there's over 1,000 horsepower in some of these cars. So one of the reasons that we only race them to the 8th mile is that the first eighth is the safest. With that much horsepower under small, skinny wheels and tires, we're asking for trouble on that last eighth of a mile. So we race them to the 8th, and here comes Jordy Lazic and Justin Gallant for the second half of the semifinal. Lazic from Kelowna, sponsored by JS Power Sports, in that silver 70 Nova. 649 cubic inches of Chevy power under the hood. And Justin Gallant from Chilliwack, BDL Auto, tuned by Duda. Small block Ford in that Mustang. How about that? 85 box-bodied Mustang. Best runs for Justin, 468 and 464. Attention in the pits, Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harley. We can use you in the staging lanes if you want to make a run. Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harley, bring them up. Here we go, second half, semifinal. Oh, Justin not able to pull out the win, was the quicker of the two, but 461 for Jordy Lazic, his quickest run of the weekend. So he gets the win over Justin's 478. So, Todd, that is Outlaw 275. You've got 604 Street Legit, Canadian Streetcar National action.
All right. Third annual Canadian Street Machine Nationals brought to you by Crown Doors. Again, folks, this is a $10,000+ race for these racers. $1,000 per class for number one qualifier. That's metric car, imperial car, metric bike, and imperial bike. Again, $1,000 to the number one qualifier. $2,500 cash to the fastest pass of the event. The winner of the event is going to get $2,500 cash and a $3,000 gold and diamond necklace to show that they are the king of the third annual Street Machine Nationals. Don Murray, founder of the event, goes red, sends Daryl Tippy in his 65 Nova into the next round. Again, Murray and the Green Goblin goes red. I didn't see that coming. Tippy goes 1164 at 116. That'll bring up an Imperial car taking on a metric bike. Metric bike brought to you by Daytona Motorsports. The domestic car, Fraser Pacific Trailer Sales, and they are away. And Bobby Ellers tried to outrun Tom Turan on that GSXR, but couldn't quite do it. 869 with a 0 for Turan. Actually, Bobby did outrun him because he broke out 1055 on a 56 dial. Turan gonna move on. Another thing of note, there is no deep staging in the Crown 604 Street Legit program. You go deep, you go red. Derek Shirk, Titanium Auto, and Bubba's Speed Shop sponsored 66 Chevy 2. All he had to do was break the beams and he's into the next round. And that is just exactly what he did. Gonna save his fuel, save his stuff. No, they're changing the dial and he's going back in. Oh, all right. We're moving on to door slammers.
All righty, here we go. Canada West Door Slammers, presented by Greenlight Auto Sales this weekend. Boy, oh boy. He does not like his springs in that car. Wow, that is some kind of a burnout. Almost an 1/8 mile burnout. I have a chance to talk about all the sponsors while Derek Shirk is backing up. So, Canada West Door Slammers, Winter Harbor Marina and RV being the title sponsor. This weekend's event, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. So we want to thank all the good folks there for their assistance in presenting the Canada West Door Slammer event here this weekend. Also, big shout out going out to Traveland for the trailer that they have provided for the season. It's never been a better time to sell your RV. If you've got an RV sitting around, Travel RV is Canada's #1 RV buyer, and they'll give you top dollar for your RV with a hassle-free experience. Visit travelandrv.ca. All right, Derek Shirk, Tower Side, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. See it on the side. Andy Hatton in the Grinch. They are off. Handicap start to Andy. Wind light comes on for Derek Shirk. Actually, I take that back. We're in qualifying. This is qualifying session number 4. So they're getting set. Attention in the pits, Sportsman. We need you back to be on standby. Sportsman, you are on standby for your next round of action. So, Sportsman, you are on standby. So, yes, I stand corrected as we are now in the 4th qualifying session for Canada West Door Slammers. You would think after 2 coffees and it being about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I would know that, but there you go. So, Gary Stone and Jason Field, our next pair. Gary Stone from Lake Country, BC, and Field from Mission. Stone in the black Camaro over here, Tower Side, and the 71 Nova is Field on the spectator side. Qualifying action. Canada West Door Slammer. Strong run from Kerry Stone. 6:33 with a 5. 236 miles an hour. 6:33 for Carrie Stone. 7:23 for Jason Field. That is going to bring up our next pair, Jan Christensen and Brad Powell. So Jan Christensen in what by any other stretch is a Pro Mod. Ray Skillman Chevrolet Pro Mod. Jan Christensen in the 2016 Camaro has run 757 so far this weekend. 572 cubic inches under the hood of that Camaro. Brad Powell in the Chevelle, 582 cubic inches, has run a best of 842.7. This is session number 4 for Canada West Door Slammers. Here they go. Christensen gathering it up, getting back under full power, goes 7.40, 8.40 at 158 for Brad Powell. So Christensen slots into the number 5 spot. Attention to the pits. Sportsman, we need you to the lanes, please. Sportsman, bring them up to the lanes. This is your call. Tony Dreesen now and James Kennedy. Kennedy in the Grand Am, the blue Grand Am on the spectator side. Tony Dreesen, 51 GMC, which looks like a brick, but drives like a dream. Front end up on the pickup as Tony Dreesen is in hot pursuit of Kennedy. Good times for both of them. 797 for the pickup, the GMC. 797, 777 for James Kennedy. So Kennedy is going to stay on his quicker, earlier run. And that's going to bring up Dale Phillips and Kerry Young. Young driving the S10 pickup. Young Mechanical from Port Alberni has run a best of 852. Dale Phillips, 758 in the Mustang. At the stripe, it is a 758.5, identical to his previous run. Dale Phillips in the Mustang goes 180 miles an hour, 841 in the other lane. Sitting in the water box now, Blake Miller and Brian Ritchie. They get the go-ahead for their burnouts. Brian Ritchie. Ritchie Racing Engines, 1968 Chevelle. Has run 794 with an 8, 794 with a 2. Let's see how he does in this session. Blake Miller from Victoria in the Searles Auto Repair 67 Camaro. Has run 911, 867, and 862.7. Blake currently in the number 21 slot. Brian in the number 10 slot for Canada West Door Slammer action. Both cars rolling forward, break the stage beams, roll another 8 inches. We go from pre-stage to stage. Red lights don't count. Ritchie turns it on, but that's okay for qualifying. He runs a 794, 172 miles an hour. 794, just like he has done twice before. The other lane, 860 for the Searles Automotive Camaro. Ryan Johnston just completing the burnout there in the Corvette. Nasty Fish Racing, 598 cubic inch big block Chevy under the hood of the Corvette. The older 53 Vet, well, that is Henry Zacharias from Surrey. Zacharias Investments is the sponsor, 660 cubic inches, propelling that Corvette down the quarter mile. Has run 761 and 759. Ryan Johnson sponsorship, Investors Group. So times 824. 824 for the Corvette. 759 in the TCS lane. Speaking of TCS, Ken Orser from Abbotsford in the GTO, just backing up across the start line. Had problems on both previous runs, getting the car to go down to the top end. Always finding itself in reverse. Attention to the pits. Junior Dragster. We need you to the lanes, please. Junior Dragster, this is your call. Bring him up to the lanes. So hopefully Ken Orser gets it all sorted out and makes the run forward for the first time. Zach Joyce from Langley in the 48 Austin, a model which I just built recently. Sitting proudly on my shelf. Doesn't have the same flame work that Zach does. I like his better. I like his a whole lot better. A little more streamlined as well with those wheel coverings. So Zach from Langley in the Austin. Over here, tower side. Are we going to see Orser go? Yes, he goes forward. Wow, close to the wall for Joyce. So, you know, if he didn't hit the wall, that was a good opportunity to do it. Runs through with a 12:11, so definitely off the pace. He'll stand on his 794, 742 for Orser. So that puts him in the number 6 spot. Canada West door slammer action. Paul Stretch and Rod Leclerc. And attention to the pit, Sportsman. We need you in the lane. Sportsman, round 2 of eliminations. You have been called. Sportsman to the lanes. So Rod Leclerc, sponsored by Paradise Homes. Victoria, BC is home. 97 Camaro. 7 years of driving with the Canada West Door Slammer Series and a strong contender. Number 2 spot right now. Has run 674 and 672. In the other lane, Paul Stretch, number 4 with a 733 and a 726. And this is their last and final qualifying opportunity before they head into eliminations here a little bit later on this afternoon. For Rod Leclerc, not an improvement over his previous time. 727 for Paul Stretch, so not an improvement over his 726. So Rod Leclerc stays number 2, Paul Stretch number 4. And that brings up Paul DeBree Jr. and Chris Stone. Paul DeBree Jr. from Shawnigan Lake, driving the Valiant, 66 Valiant, here tower side. Chris Stone, driving the 55 Chevy. Over in the other lane, Stone Cold Racing in Canada West Door Slammers. So Chris Stone goes 841 at 159 miles an hour. Paul Earl Debris 838, 150 miles per hour. As we work our way through Canada West Door Slammers, this looks to be Larry Morris. So Larry Morris makes Shawnigan Lake home. Corvette sponsored by R1 Construction and his wife. Good shout out there. 63 vet with 598 cubic inches under the hood. Has run a best of 797. Attention to the pits. Sportsman K165. 615, you are needed in the staging lanes. K615, Sportsman, we're waiting for you in the staging lanes in your lane. Morris goes 793 at 170 miles per hour. Larry Morris goes into the number 11 spot, as we have 22 cars on the property in Canada West Door Slammers. And this brings up the final two. So, two TDS-sponsored Camaros. One is Scott Robinson, and he is actually borrowing that car from Adam DeYoung. 67 Camaro, Tower Side, John DeYoung in his much more swoopy 68 Camaro. That's the Camaro on the spectator side. Once again, both of them sponsored by TDS, Total Dairy Solutions. So John DeYoung over on the spectator side, Scott Robinson over here, Tower side. And that looks like a great run for John DeYoung. Wow, 679. 679 with a 5 at 203 miles an hour. Out of the box goes 679. Great run, puts him in the number 3 spot. 842 puts Scott Robinson in the number 20 spot. So, big, strong field of Canada West Door Slammers that will be coming back for eliminations a little bit later on this afternoon. This weekend's race presented by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing for the Door Slammers weekend. So, Top Fuel Harley action now. A little bit of exhibition run here from Rip It Up Racing. Sponsors for Jim Schellenberg. Schellenberg, a truck driver out of Surrey. Notice that they fire up the bike with the driver standing off to the side. They do wear a device similar to a Kevlar vest. And the reason that they fire them up standing on the side is that is one of the more volatile moments when the bike could backfire and the manifold is sitting right on your chest. Laying on top of it is not where you want to be when you fire it up. On a great run, a bike like this will cover the quarter mile in easily 6.2, 6.3. So I'm told that Nate ran his Top Fuel Harley 211 miles an hour. And that is wild considering that the front wheel sometimes does not come down until the 8th mile. It is a wild ride, so Jim Schellenberg is going to check it out. Wheel up, and looks like we've got a little bit of damage happening there. So that is going to be it for that run from Jim Schellenberg. The Top Fuel Harleys weighing about 1,000 pounds and about 1,000 horsepower. That's quite a ratio. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro bracket. We're going to call you back for round number 2, pro bracket. We need you in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pro bracket. Bring them up for round number 2.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
The opportunity is there to experience the thrill of drag racing in a controlled environment. Many of today's competitors got their start in junior dragsters, and I'm talking about people like Erica Enders, Sean Langdon, J.R. Todd, and Leah Pruitt, to name just a few who are in the Camping World Series, in Top Fuel and Pro Stock, and Funny Car. But they got their start in junior dragsters, so you never know where your career is going to go, but junior dragsters gives you the opportunity to start racing the quarter mile. Competitors race junior dragsters. They're half-scale versions of Top Fuel dragsters. They use a 5-horsepower single-cylinder engine. Junior dragster can go as fast as 85 miles an hour and as quick as 790 in the 8th mile. Younger competitors, of course, are restricted to slower times and slower speeds. It's all based on how old you are, but you can start when you're 5 years of age. And at 17, well, we're hoping that you find a category with a big car, that you continue your racing career, and that certainly has happened even here. So we are down to semifinals in Junior Thunder, and it is going to be 4 cars, or in this case, 4 junior dragsters that will be working their way through to the finals. First pair then, going to be Hunter Gallant. Here on the Tower side, Abigail White on the spectator side. Abigail from Mission, 11 years of age, sponsored by Pioneer Truck and Trailer, has 9:12 on the reader board. 12:16 is the time for Hunter here in the orange junior dragster, sponsored by BDL Auto, Super Steve Tires, and Diversified Metalworks. So the handicap is going to be going to the orange dragster of Hunter Gallant. Hunter is there, and so is Abigail. They're both staged. Here comes the tree. There you see the handicap start. And here comes Abigail. Remember, they're racing to the 8th mile, and so who gets there first? Hunter breaks out, goes too quick. Abigail gets the win. 9:12 on a 9:12 dial. So she runs 9:12 with a 5, 71 miles an hour for the win. So Abigail from Mission going into the final. Who will be her competition? So over on the spectator side, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, Lincoln Shirk. Lincoln Shirk and Alex Green over here on the tower side. 13:95 is the time for Alex. Lincoln 9:03. Just making sure that we get the right dial-ins on the reader board, and we are set to go. Lincoln from Langley, Alex from Mission. They're both staged and set to go. And Alex getting the handicap start. Here comes Lincoln in hot pursuit. Get there first. He does not. Alex Green picks up the win, runs 13:97 at 44 miles an hour. Lincoln 9:07, 73 miles an hour. So final round action is going to be green versus white. Couldn't have planned that any better. CL Gagnon and Sidney Jung. This is junior that run, and by run for Colton Morin. Attention in the pits, Canada West Door Slammers. The ladder will be posted at Larry Morris's trailer in a few moments. All right, if you're looking for your ladder, it will be posted at Larry Morris's trailer in a few moments for Canada West Door Slammers. All righty. Colton Morin pulling up to the start line. getting a single into the final with the odd number of junior dragsters on the property in the Lightning category. $7.99 is the dial-in for Colton. He's 13 years of age, sponsored by Moore & Motorsports, Tires Plus. And he leaves the line. Excellent reaction time. He goes 7.98, reaction time of 008. On fire on the start line. 008 reaction time. 81 miles per hour. So Colton heads into the finals in Junior Lightning. I'm going to turn things over to Todd. You can bring us in with some information on Pro Mod and Alcohol Dragster.
All right, thank you very much, Jerry. Rolling up Ken Sahota. Put some big tires on his Firebird. Came out to play with the Pro Mods. Pro Mod brought to you this weekend by Mopac Auto Supply. Sahota brought to you by Tri-City Cutting. 2000 Firebird Chevrolet 833 cubic inch big block, calls it the Bluebird. Sahota purging the nitrous oxide system, trying to get the bottle pressure just right on the spray all the way. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro cars, we need you in staging. Again, that's Super Pro cars to staging, please. Sahota easing himself up to the starting line here in the TCS lane. Mission Raceway Park, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, and the 3rd annual Street Machine Nationals. Just tickling that bottle pressure a little bit more, making sure everything is right. Front wheels in the air to the 100-foot mark. How about a 3.97 at 184 miles an hour for Sahota? I'm going to repeat that. 3.97, 184 miles an hour, right to the top of the qualifying order for now. We're going to see another hit by Double O Dane. Big, sexy rear-engine dragster. Again, all aluminum, 509 cubic inch Brad Anderson Oldsmobile power plant in that car. Great big twin screw blower on that thing, shoving oxygen down its throat. I'd like to thank Highway 97 for their support. Cover your ears. Again, personal best here for this team. 607. Over 130 miles an hour. Hoping for something in the 590s. But after the last hit, I think they just want to go A to B at this point. Dane Laquelle, racing out of Kelowna, British Columbia, my hometown. Track record holder, Thunder Mountain Raceway, just outside of Kelowna. For decades, this team has held the track record. Every time someone takes it away, they just come and take it right back again. I'll go so far as to say they offer a bounty at Thunder Mountain Raceway to anybody that can beat their ET on our racetrack. They will pay them to run faster than what this car can go. Wow, they are picking it up a little bit at a time. 6-2-0, 228 miles an hour for Double O Dane. Again, 6-2-0-7, 228.83 miles an hour, just short of our fastest speed all weekend. Good job by the Too Much Fun Racing team. All right, that's going to take us right back around to the beginning where we all started. Sportsman, brought to you by Abbotsford Nissan. Round 2 eliminations. Lucas Stone, 1969 Chevy Chevelle out of Lake Country, Winfield, just outside of Kelowna. Racing out of Cutting Edge Automotive, tuned by the Stone Brothers Racing Boys. Paired up with that 1970 Chevrolet C10. Paired up Carson Barlow out of Mission in that C10. 355 small block. That's a 30,000th over 350 Chevrolet. Carson dialed 1415. Lucas Stone at 1224. Carson in the pickup's going to get approximately a 2-second head start. We'll see if young Lucas Stone can sit there and watch that Chevy pickup drive away from him for 2 seconds before he unleashes that Chevelle. The 50-50 draw will be at 4 o'clock, I'm told, by Mission Fire and Rescue. Breakout by Lucas Stone sends Carson Barlow into the next round. 14-19, 93 miles an hour for Carson. Again, Lucas Stone went 007 on the tree, thought he had it in the bag, and then ran 4 thousandths actually, too fast. 12:23 with a 6 on a 24 dial. Steve Baskerville out of West Van, that 2016 Volkswagen Golf. Paired up with Dan Kemp out of Black Creek, British Columbia. Well, I have to say I've never heard of Black Creek before. 2014 Mazda Soccer Mom van. Dan Kemp goes red, sends Steve Baskerville into the next round. Baskerville wins easily with a breakout 13:37 on his 45 dial. But first or worse, the red light puts Dan Kemp on the trailer. Sylvia Hoodson, property manager out of Maple Ridge, the Hoodson Racing 1966 Mustang. Paired up with Brendan, Brendan, I can't even begin to pronounce your last name. Maybe you'll come and let me know how you say it. Brought to you by Reliable Fire and Safety. Mustang also powered by a 302. And Brendan goes red. Win's gonna go to Sylvia Hodgson. Sylvia, breakout, 1267 on her 70 dial, but she will be back in the next round. Brendan throws away a 1383, but again goes 0-2 red. Gotta love this pure stock AMC Pacer racing out of Black Creek. Jim Mantle, brought to you by TMM Performance Products. 258 inline 6, so I guess 6 in a row can go, Jerry. Ken Christensen, both racers leave a green tree for the first time in this round. It's anybody's drag race. Both cars through the beams on a double breakout. It's going to be Ken Christensen, 1523, 2000s breakout on his 24. Jim Mantle is moving, 1461 on a 64 dial. Heather Hornell getting the bye into the next round. That Stone Speed Brady Electric GMC Sonoma out of Chilliwack. Heather, little bit quick, goes 1194 on her 1206 dial, but we will see her back in the third round. That was the final pair of Sportsmen. That's going to roll us right into the Bubba's Speed Shop Pro category. Elimination round number 2. As I said, Bubba's Speed Shop. Hey, Bubba, here is your pro class. Gonna be somebody's been treating me fantastic since I got here. Jeff Whitworth out of Nanaimo and Westview Garage. 427 poked and stroked small block Chevy in that long body Chevy S10. Glenn Martin, that beautiful 1972 Vega. He's owned this car since 1978. Car has 17,000 original miles on it. He would like to thank Heads Unlimited. Yeah, I see you giving me the look, Jerry. How many of those miles were a quarter mile at a time? Probably a lot of them. And Martin goes red. Jeff Whitworth's going to be moving on in that long body. Whitworth, 991, 134. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street and Motorcycle, we need you to staging, please. That's Junior Street and Motorcycle. Can we have you to staging, please? Jeff Putz. Well, Jeff Potts, his friends make me do that once in a while. The fat black Chevy, 468 supercharged big block in that short box, taking on Shaggy, 66 Bel Air, piloted by Dennis Wilson out of Abbotsford. Again, Junior Street and Motorcycle, we need you in staging, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers. Can we have you on a 10-minute standby, please? That's Canada West Door Slammers on standby, racers. Jeff Potts, the supercharged Chevy, the winner, 1168. Tyler Ham, the Z28. John Van de Ven, the 68 Firebird. Ham out of Port Alberni. And the win goes to Van de Ven. 1036, 126 miles an hour. Tyler Ham, too fast, 1025 on a 2.7 dial.
Hey, got an announcement here for all the junior dragsters. All the drivers of junior dragsters, you are requested to head over to Abigail White's pit area. There are some treats there for you. So, hey, head over to Abigail White's trailer, all junior dragster drivers.
Win light in the TCS lane for Kevin McCauley, the old school Cutlass. Jordan Almas a little off his number. Was 11:41 and a 3.8. We'll see Kevin McCauley back in the next round. Brent Neufeld out of Salmon Arm up in the valley. 1980 Mustang, 406 small block Chevrolet underneath that hood. Taking on Jeff Bell. That very strong Dodge Dart. Easy win for Jeff Bell. 004 on the tree. That was a whole shot win. Goes 1009, 101 miles an hour. Brent Neufeld, a full second off his number. 1162 on a 10.7 dial. Obviously Neufeld having some issues. Again, second call, Junior Street and Motorcycle to staging. That's Junior Street and Motorcycle to staging. Bobby Eller's front wheels in the air, and that Mustang chasing that Dodge Dart of Veronica Hudson down. And he will win the round. Bobby Eller's 10:57 with a 913 miles an hour. He'll be in the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, we need you to staging, please. That's Hot Rod to staging. Again, we need junior dragsters, Motorcycle, and Hot Rod to make their way to staging. Craig Johnson out of Johnson's Custom Exhaust, 79 Malibu. Paired up with Ross Walker's 66 Chevy 2 out of Langley. Both racers out of Langley. I wonder if these guys are neighbors. Craig Johnson lists his occupation as bracket racer. Wow, identical 0.24 reaction times, but Craig Johnson comes out on top on a double breakout. 1083 on his 85 dial. Walker goes 1001 on his 04. Craig Johnson moving on by 1/100th of a second. John Bushinsky, the SMS Equipment K Rents 1970 AAR Cuda, taking on Barry Checkluck. Checkluck will be moving on with the win, 1122 on an 1122 dial. Very good package off his 01 light. Again, Junior Street, we need you to staging, please. That's Junior Street to staging. We are also looking for Motorcycle and Hot Rod to staging, please. So Motorcycle and Hot Rod to staging. This is your final call for Junior Street. Both racers leaving a clean green tree. It's anybody's drag race at this point. Bryce Lowe wins that round easily off a 0.8 reaction time. Goes 1173 at 115. Doug Marshall, 100th too fast. Goes 1006 on an 07 dial. In the burnout box, Mr. Consistency Charles Siddon out of Lake Country. 1968 Dodge Dart. Poked, stroked, and alcohol-fed 512-inch big block Mopar. He'd like to thank Tops Auto, Nancy, Cole, and Emma Siddon for all of their support. Paired up with Martin Rochelle, 468 big block powered 78 Malibu. Once again, Charles Siddon gets it done on the starting line. 004 reaction, and then he runs his number, 973, on a 973 dial. That is a very good package. Rochelle also ran his number, 1013, on a 13 dial, but that 004 to Rochelle's 04, just not enough. Wes Vath, 83 Firebird out of Kamloops. Brad Vingy, the BNC Racing 68 Camaro, 515 cubic inch big block Chevy. The win's gonna go to Brad Vinge, the Camaro, 1092 on his 83 dial. Another whole shot win, because Wes Vath was way closer when a 47 on a 46 dial. Brad Vinge was 01 on the tree. Rick McKinney out of Richmond, the RJL Farms 96 Camaro with a small block in it, paired up with that beautiful 32 Bantam Roadster. Chris Simpson out of Simpson Race Solutions, 434 cubic inches of alcohol-fed small block Chevrolet. Chris Simpson goes 001 red. Almost a perfect light, but on the wrong side. Rick McKinney moving on with his 1047. All right, attention in the pits. Car number 615 and 6472. We need you to staging immediately. Again, that's car 615 and 6472. We need you in staging. Hot rod and motorcycle, we need you in staging as well, racers. Mike Robinson, 27 Roadster out of JBS and JS Power Sports, paired up with Jason Gibson. Gibson in that 427 powered Mustang. Gibson 005 on the tree, wins with a 1001 on a 1001 dial. 133 miles an hour for that Mustang. Robinson a little too quick, 916 on a 17 dial. And our one lonesome motorcycle running in the motorcycle class, George Lacanas out of Coquitlam. That TK Performance Harley Davidson. Front wheel in the air for that heavyweight Harley. That big V-twin making good power. Lacanas, an 1174, 120 miles an hour, wins the motorcycle class, brought to you by Mountain View Harley Davidson. One and done for that fella. Again, sometimes it goes like that. If there's no competition, you're probably going to win.
Way through the program, Todd, and round number 2 of eliminations is in the books. So everybody will be getting ready for round number 3. We've got door slammers that are on standby, and I see a bunch more cars, hot rod in the lanes, so I was reminded that the firefighters who are here are going to be making the draw for the 50-50 tickets at 4 o'clock. And so that is about 50 minutes away from right now. So you do have a few minutes to stop by, throw some cash into the boot, and purchase a 50-50 ticket. You never know. You could be leaving here with more money than you came. That's what happened yesterday, as somebody left with $2,200 that put them well ahead of the monthly budget. I like it. Very cool. So drop by the display by the fire truck. I don't think that they'll send you up the ladder, although that would be quite the visit, all the way up to the top. It's a great view. So 50-50 will be drawn at 4 o'clock. And we are going into Junior Dragster. Final round action. Final round Junior Thunder. So Junior Thunder, the slower of the 2 junior dragster categories. This is the category for drivers who are between the ages of 5 and 12. And so we've got Abigail White over on the spectator side. She is 11 years of age, and she's dialed in at 9:10. Alex Green over here, tower side, is 6 years of age. That's right, 6 years of age. And he's dialed in at 1395. So Alex Green, Abigail White, Green versus White. And Green is off, and here comes White. This will be decided at the 8th mile, and Abigail is charging hard and picks up the win. 9:10 dead on her dial. 9:10 with a 0. So that is dialing right on. So great win for Abigail White, 71 miles an hour. So congratulations to that family and team for all their hard work. Abigail White picking up the win here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder Weekend. So that is Junior Thunder is done and in the books. Brought to you by JBS. Attention in the pits, 604. We need you to the lanes, please. 604. Bring them up to the lanes. This is your call. Allie Stone from Winfield. Junior Street is the category. Attention in the pits, Canada West Door Slammers, this is your call. Round number 1, Canada West Door Slammers, bring them up. I'm guessing we'll be putting you in lanes 5 and 6. So here we go, the other half of the semifinal for Junior Street. Taryn and Ryland. So not the semifinal. It would be quarterfinals. Yes, there's more cars in play than I was seeing. Win light comes on for Ryland Cook. Ryland from Langley takes the 68 Falcon to the next round with a 10:22, 64 miles an hour.
Emma Sidden taking on Sydney Jung here, Junior Street. Sidden running out of Tops Auto Repair in Kelowna, that 97 Dakota. She'd like to thank her dad, Charles, the ride victim, co-pilot. Again, thanks to brother Cole and mom Nancy back home. Emma Sidden winning another round, 10:25 on her 2.4 dial, 65 miles an hour. Sydney Young slows by over half a second, dialed to 9:33. Only managed a 9:90. Must have missed a shift or something in that Camaro. Point being, Emma Sidden moving on to the semifinal. Again, Junior Street brought to you by JBS. Hot Rod coming up next. Some of my favorite cars. A lot of diversity in those machines. As you said, everything's 67 and older, and I like that. They are, in fact, firing those hot rods up right now.
All right, here we go with Hot Rod this weekend, presented by Badass Garage. And yes, that is a brand name. Scott Winterbottom and John Sayer, first pair in Hot Rod, round 2. Winterbottom from Langley, a pipe fitter there, driving the copper 66 Chevy. John Sayer, 68 Dart. Over in the spectator side from Port Coquitlam. Big handicap start for John Sayer, and here comes Winterbottom. Oh, Winterbottom on a double breakout. Goes down to defeat. John Sayer picks up the win, 12:72, 106 miles an hour. Here comes Larry Rodenizer and Randy Hermson. Rodenizer driving the 46 yellow Ford. Hard to miss that one at the drag strip. 58 Oldsmobile, Randy Hermson. Hermson gets the handicap start. 13:45 dial-in against a 9:42. Win light comes on for Larry Rodenizer, 9:45 on a 9:42. So 139 miles an hour. Takes that 46 Ford into the next round. Sylvia Hoogston from Maple Ridge rolls into the stage beams with the 66 Ford Mustang. The other lane, 69 Chevelle of Ron Clark. So you got your classic Ford versus Chevy on the start line. Almost heads up on the start line. At the stripe, win light for Ron Clark. Chevelle gets the win, goes 12.67 on a 12.59 dial. That brings up the next pair, Mark Brenzinger and Dan Gilmore. 64 Nova and 65 Acadian. Brenzinger tower side, 10 flat. Gilmore spectator side, 10 flat. It's heads up. Both cars picking up the front end. As they head for the quarter-mile stripe, it'll be a win light for Mark Brenzinger. Runs 10.25 against a 10.27. 128 miles an hour, so win light for Mark. The out-of-time Nova moving on to the next round. And here is Jim Benke and Jerry Brabander. Benke in the Cuda, Brabander in the Chevy 2. Handicap for the Chevy 2. Here comes the Cuda. Win light for Jim Benke. Breakout for Jerry Brabander. Brabander goes 10.71 under his 10.72 dial. So Benke picks up the win, goes 10.12 on a 10.11 dial. Doug Marshall and Jordan Almas. Jordan Almas in the orange dart from Enderby, getting that handicap start of about a second and a half over Doug Marshall. Both of them break out, so the lesser of the two is Doug Marshall in the Chevy 2. 9.96 with a 6, 126 miles an hour. You can see it replayed on the big screen. Here comes the margin. So breakout for Almas. Doug Marshall gets the win, 9.96. So that was round number 2 of Hot Rod. Once again, I see Canada West door slammers rolling into the staging lanes. We have made the call for door slammers to roll forward for their first round of elimination. Here we go with the final in Junior Lightning. Final in Junior Lightning is going to feature CL Gagnon from Qualicum Beach, Big Kids Racing. Over here, Tower Side, and Colton Morin from Mission BC. So both of them 13 years of age, so first year in the Lightning category for both of them. Colton from Mission, sponsored by Moore and Motorsports and Tires Plus. CL from Qualicum, sponsored by Big Kids Racing, and Courtney Fountain Tire. So the handicap start is going to go ever so slightly to Colton. So this is the JBS Junior Lightning final round. I challenge you to see the handicap start in this tree. They both leave clean and green. Win light goes to Colton Morin, 8 flat on a 797. Colton Morin goes 81 miles an hour for the win. So congratulations to Colton and his whole family and team. It was a great race. That's the final in the JBS Junior Dragster Lightning category. So congratulations once again to that whole team for their hard work. Great to end the weekend with a win.
Absolutely, Jerry. As I was saying before, it blows my mind these junior dragsters running 797. I drive what I think is a reasonably quick BMW convertible. These kids that give me a 2-second handicap still chase me down and pass me at a higher speed than what my car can run. That blows my mind.
It's a humbling experience.
Very much so. 604 Street Legit. Canadian Street Machine Nationals coming at you right now again. Whole lot of money. Over $10,000 in cash and prizes going to these racers. Like to thank Hardcore Harley, Evolution Performance Automotive, RCS Auto House, Fraser Pacific Trailer Sales, Daytona Motorsports, and a Bud Above Craft Boutique, and of course, Crown Door. Again, this is the Crown Door Canadian Street Machine Nationals 3, third annual. $1,000 prize to #1 qualifier 2 class. $2,500 prize to the fastest pass of the event. And over $5,000 in cash and prizes to the winner of the event. Daryl Tippy, 65 Nova, gets the buy, 383 small block Chevy. Derek Shirk, Bubba's Speed Shop Titanium Auto Group 66 Chevy 2. Now Derek usually runs a Pro Mod style Chevy Camaro, but he broke the Camaro. Fortunately, this man is flush enough that he had a spare door slammer in his garage, so he brought that. 427 big block, paired up with the metric bike of Tom Turan 2017 GSXR, 1000 cc's between his knees. Easy win for Tom Turan, an 889 at 123. Poor Derek Shirk, he just could not 60 foot. Slows to a 1082.
Well, here we go. First round of eliminations for Canada West Door Slammers. Sponsored this weekend by Green Light Auto Sales and Financing. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of money to make a series run the whole season, and these guys really know how to do it up well. Canada West Door Slammers, I just want to mention some of the 2021 association sponsors. Title sponsor, of course, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, but here's a whole group of people who are putting their money behind this racing class. Artex Barn Solutions out of Abbotsford. Greenlight Auto Sales, VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field. Paradise Homes out of Victoria. Accurate Brake and Muffler in Surrey. Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, that's in Campbell River. Associated Tire and Auto, also in Campbell River. Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating in Courtenay. TCS Performance Products in Langley. And Travel and RV in Langley, Kelowna, Airdrie, and Grand Prairie. Those are some of the people who are involved in making the Canada West Door Slammer Series happen in 2021. This weekend's sponsor, Green Light Auto Sales and Financing. Whether you have good credit, bad credit, or no credit, the experienced team at Green Light Auto Financing can help you get approved. With a large pool of lenders, they also offer in-house financing with rates starting at 2.49%. With over 1,500 vehicles in their inventory, their team will make the car buying process smooth and hassle-free. Trade-in vehicles are welcome. Come visit them at 7179 Horn Street in Mission, or contact them at greenlightautofinancing.ca to get approved today. So Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, we thank them for being this weekend's Door Slammer sponsor. Also mention that Travel and RV Group provided a trailer for the season for the series, and so we want to thank them. A big shout out to Travel and RV. There's never been a better time to sell your RV if you are looking at selling. Travel and RV is Canada's #1 RV buyer, and they will give you top dollar for your RV. With a hassle-free experience, why not visit them at travelandrv.ca. So we're just doing a little touch-up on the track before we get the fast cars going down track. And so that will take us just a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back into racing action. We're doing a little bit of track maintenance. I want to take the opportunity to thank you race fans again for joining us here this weekend for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. We know that there are lots of places that you can put your entertainment dollars, and we certainly appreciate you spending them with us, spending your time with us here as well. While you are around the facility, taking a look at all the race cars and watching the race teams, hopefully picking up a souvenir or three at the Pro Shop, I always recommend that you can do your complete Christmas shopping at the Pro Shop for the racer in your family. That's a one-stop process. I mean, it is, after all, late August. No, it's certainly a good enough time to start buying all your Christmas gifts. So stop into the Pro Shop and make sure you grab a hold of some of their headgear and T-shirts and all that kind of good stuff. We have got Canada West Door Slammer action underneath the bridge, and we're just doing a little bit of track preparation for that to happen. So again, I just want to thank you for your attendance, and we will be drawing for the Firefighters 50/50 tickets at 4 o'clock. And so if you bought tickets, we will be drawing a number, and who knows, you could be the winner of a little bit of extra cash and have supported Firefighters MS Fund in the process. So that's all great news. Sometimes there's a question asked about what is it that makes the Canada West Door Slammers the class that it is. Basic rules. I mean, there are lots, but here are the basic rules that constitute Canada West Door Slammer action. You have to run 870 or quicker to be on the race ladder. So 870 or quicker is the time that you need to match up. It's not a track class. It is run by an independent group. All cars have to have 2 operating doors, so they have to look like door slammers. Get it? 2 operating doors. Cars must have left-hand steering, front and rear suspension, and a roof. So no gasser-style roadsters or anything like that. These need to look like real cars. No throttle control devices are permitted, and lane choice will go to the faster cars. So Canada West Door Slammers sitting under the bridge. We'll be seeing them in their first round coming up momentarily.
Hi guys, Jason from Greenlight Auto Financing. Coming to you today to talk a little bit about a new marketplace. Something that's interesting that's going on in the business at the moment is the fact that insurances, rates, differentials, terms, bankruptcies, repossessions, things that are happening and people are paying an exorbitant amount of rates for. We have different financing lenders that allow us to work with an auto group that gives us over 1,500 vehicles for selections for customers to fit the approval needs. Now the difference that means for you is that what we can offer is rates. I can get you lower rates, better terms, more flexible payments, and a quicker credit recovery. That's what we do at Greenlight Auto Sales. At Greenlight Auto Financing, we have a team of over 30 years that offers different specialized trainings and bank representatives to give relationships to include you to get the very best that offers what we can do, which is approval through dealer track. When you look at this, our team just keeps gathering and gathering and gathering and gathering approvals. And that's what customers need to get their daily lives in order. So what we want to do for you is give you an offer to come see what we can do for you, and I guarantee it'll be better than the rest. You can visit us at www.info@greenlightautofinancing.ca. Thanks again. It was nice meeting you. Bye now.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
With a 6:22.6, 241 miles an hour. So Stone gets the bye run, the single. Stone from Lake Country, BC. Cutting Edge Auto sponsored 68 Camaro. 540 cubic inch big block Chevy under the hood. So here we go. 6:23 is the dial-in. And he is going to run a 6:27. 6:27 with a 4, 236 miles an hour. So Stone getting a good run under the belt. First round. Here comes Kerry Young and Dale Phillips. Phillips in the Mustang from Chetwynd. 67 Shelby Mustang. 700 cubic inch Ford power plant. 758 is the dial, the quicker of the two. The S10 pickup dialed in at 840. No slouch, that's for sure. Kerry Young from Port Alberni. Young mechanical sponsorship. So we'll see the pickup. Leave the line first. And here comes the Mustang. The strike. Hey, Young manages to stay out in front on a double breakout. 837 with a 6 at 159 miles an hour. Ryan Johnston, sponsored by Investors Group, 2017 Hot Rod Track Champion. Over here on the spectator side, or on the tower side rather, spectator side is Jason Field from Mission. 71 Nova, dialed in, 723 against an 825. So the Corvette will get the head start. And we're courtesy staging is in play with Canada West Door Slammers, so you both pre-stage and then stage. There we go. Handicap goes. Corvette is not going to stay out in front. 723 at 179 miles an hour. Jason Field grabs the win. 029 on the reaction against an 034. Brad Powell and Jan Christensen now. Christensen in that 2016 Skillman Camaro. And Brad Powell, 67 Chevelle. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro bracket. We need Pro bracket to the lanes for round number 3. Pro bracket, bring them up to the lanes. This is your call. Brad Powell in the silver Chevelle. Christensen in pursuit in that 2016 Camaro. Like a rocket, but breaks out. So 845 for Brad Powell. Christensen goes 746 on a 737 dial. Great reaction time for Christensen, 008, but it wasn't enough to get around Brad Powell. Andy Hatton now driving what he calls the Grinch. 69 Camaro here on the tower side, the TCS lane. 852 is the dial in. The quicker of the two, well, that's the 51 GMC of Tony Dreesen. 798 is the dial. Hatton is off. They're both green. Problems for Dreesen, though, as he is off the gas and will be coasting through. Wind light comes on for Andy Hatton. So the green Camaro runs at 857, 150 miles an hour to move in to round number 2. That brings up Chris Stone from Mission and Ken Orser. Orser having problems for at least 2 of the qualifying passes. Are not going into first, forward. Managed to get that sorted out on the 3rd try at it. Ran a 7:42 with an 8. Dialed in at 7:41. So he'll be the quicker of the two. Chris Stone, 8:41. So Chris leaving 1 full second ahead of that 2008 GTO. Chris Stone in the 55 Chevy, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop, Winter Harbor Marina, and Willowbrook Motors. So Chris Stone rolling forward, pre-staged. He'll wait for Ken Orser to do likewise. Orser rolls in. Here we go. They move 8 inches more, and they are staged and set to go. Red light start for Chris Stone. Chris Stone goes 007 red. Orser 002 reaction time, runs a 10.80. 10.80 at 68 miles an hour, so he was clearly off the gas and just coasting through. He saw the red light. No need to push the equipment any more than you have to. Henry Zacharias now rolling back from the burnout alongside Scott Robinson. Zacharias in the 53 vet, your number 9 qualifier with 7:59.4. He's got 7:59 on the reader board at the top end. Scott Robinson from Chilliwack, 8:42 is the dial-in. So 67 Camaro on the spectator side will get the head start. Leave the line first. And Henry Zacharias is going to have to play catch-up over the next 1,320 feet. They're set. Here comes the tree. Red light start for Henry Zacharias. Wind light for Scott Robinson. Goes 8:41 at 160 miles an hour. So the 67 Camaro moving on into round number 2. Henry Zacharias turning on the dreaded red light. Backing up tower side is Rod Leclerc. That's the TCS lane. Lordco lane, Brian Ritchie from Poco. Leclerc, Victoria. Attention in the pits, we are still waiting for cars 6884 and X605. We need you in the staging lanes right now. There's a spot waiting for you. Rod Leclerc and Brian Ritchie now. Ritchie in the black Chevelle, Leclerc in the blue Camaro. Bobby Ellers, we need you in the staging lanes. Bobby Ellers, we need you in the staging lanes. Paul Stretch and Paul Debris Jr. Debris dialed in at 837. Stretch 726. So the 66 Valiant will be giving the handicap start here in this pair. Paul Stretch from Duncan in the 2002 Cavalier. They are staged. They are off. Wind light comes on for Paul Debris. 001 reaction time helps send him there. They both broke out, but Paul Debris was closer to his dial-in. 836 with a 9. 836 with a 9 gets Paul Debris Jr. into the next round of Canada West Door Slammers. Here's Zach Joyce in that cool-looking 48 Austin from Langley. And John DeYoung in that very swoopy-looking TDS-sponsored 68 Camaro. Attention to the pits. Hot Rod. We need Hot Rod. We're calling Hot Rod to the lanes. Bring him up. This is your call, Hot Rod. So Zach Joyce and John DeYoung. 679 is the dial on the reader board for the Camaro. 790 for Zach Joyce. Wow. That Austin getting close to the wall, but again gathering it up. But John DeYoung, 684. 684 to 197 miles an hour and a 001 reaction time. So John DeYoung going into the next round. That brings up Derek Shirk and James Kennedy. Derek sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop out of Langley. Dialed in at 850, 850. And James Kennedy, 778 from Langley, BC. Handicap will be going to Shirk over here, Tower Side. So attention in the pits, Bobby Ellers. We are awaiting you in the staging lanes. But if you are broken, can you let us know, let Dave Strell know? We need to know if you are going to make the call or not. We need to get you in to the staging lanes. Bobby Ellers, let us know what your status is. Derek Shirk and James Kennedy. Three stage bulbs are lit. 4 set to go now. Here comes the tree. No red lights to contend with. A green light comes on for Derek Shirk. 860 with a 7 as James Kennedy goes under the dial, breaks out. 159 miles an hour for Derek Shirk to advance into round number 2 of Canada West Door Slammer action, presented this weekend by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. So that is going to do it for Canada West Door Slammer action for first round, and we will be calling them back in about 45 minutes or so. I'm going to turn it over to Todd for all sorts of exciting Top Fuel Harley action here.
Thank you, Jerry. I think I'm ready. Yeah, you know what I'm looking for, don't you? There it is. Top Fuel Harley, brought to you here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Street Machine Nationals, Top Fuel Harley, brought to you by Big Kids Racing. Gonna be Jim Schillenberg up first. Rip It Up Racing, brought to you by LMS Reinforcing Steel, SRL Industries, Alder Auto Parts, Thiessen Performance, and Suicidal Cycles. Computer here also says Alder Automotive Cool Coat, Heads Unlimited, CAD Incorporated, and AMSOIL along for the ride as well. Again, takes a lot of sponsors and a lot of money to put one of these big bad machines down the track. Big bad all aluminum Harley V-twin. Pair of pistons about the size of an MJB coffee can. Making about 600 horsepower per piston at least. Again, Schillenberg. Schillenberg easing into the beams. Both bulbs lit. Puts the front wheel down at the 330. Wow, wow, I'll say it again, 651 with a 5. 217. I'm gonna repeat that, 217 miles an hour for Schillenberg. Wow, that is an incredible hit. 10 full miles an hour faster than any other pass so far on those machines. Good hit for Schillenberg. That'll make the sponsors happy. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, Abbotsford Nissan Sportsman class, we need you to staging, please. Again, Sportsman cars, please make your way to staging. All right. Another one of these big bad Harley, Nitro Harleys. Nate Gagnon out of Qualicum Beach. The machine he calls Supersonic. 196 cubic inch nitro methane powered V-twin. All engine and a place to sit. And you'd better hang on if you're sitting in that seat, let me tell you. This machine with the blower on it, somewhere around 1,500 horsepower out of those two pistons. The cylinder pressure of these machines is absolutely incredible. To say nothing of what it's trying to do to the connecting rods and the crankshaft as well. Nate, easing that bike into the staging beams. Open your eyes wide. This is going to be a wild pass. Oh, a little too much English on that bike, Nate. Pulls the plug and eases it out the back door. Listen to this, folks. He dumped that thing at 100 foot, as in shut it off. He still went 207 miles an hour on what's basically just a 2/3 pass. Incredible power in these machines. Next up, the third of our fuel Harleys, Pete Waugh, riding that machine out of Nanaimo on the island. Pete Waugh. Oh, That was not exactly a happy sound. I don't think that guy's got any hair left on his legs. They're going to try again. Wish Pete would give me a little more sponsor information or even some bike information to work with, but it is what it is. I'm going to wing it. Pete would like to thank the crew and, of course, Big Kids Racing. And probably his big fat wallet. Hot Rod number 6262. We need you to staging. That's Hot Rod. Car number 6262. We need you in staging. Again, I do believe I called Sportsman the lanes, please. That was Sportsman, I think I called the lanes. Yes, it was. We need Pro on standby, please. Pro class on standby. Well, they did, in fact, get that machine fired to life. And it sounds clean. I don't think they heard it with that startup backfire. Now, sometimes these machines will lift ahead, and by lift ahead, I mean send that thing flying. Attention in the pit, Sportsman racers, bike car number 823 and 777. We need you to staging. That's car number 823 and 777 in the Sportsman class. We need you to staging immediately. All right, Pete Waugh, easing that 1,000+ horsepower machine up to the line. Sets the front wheel down at the 150-foot mark, 666 with a 5, 203.43 miles an hour. Again, racers in the Sportsman class, car number 823 and 777. We need you to staging, please.
Todd, it's time to do the 50-50 draw. So we want to thank you guys for coming up here this weekend. I don't have one, but I'm announcing, so we need somebody to make the draw. All right, the draw for the 50-50 has been made, and if you are holding number 273249, all right, 50-50 draw. If you're holding ticket number 273249, that is your winning ticket for the 50-50 draw. All right? We have a winner. We have somebody who's holding 273249. That is the winning number. So if you've got that, head down to the fire truck, and they will have your half of the 50-50. And thanks again for all of you race fans supporting the Firefighters MS Fund.
Rolling on. In the pro class, Jeff Whitworth and Jeff Potts. Jeff on Jeff Crime. And Whitworth goes red. 0-1 red sends Jeff Potts in that blown short box into the next round. Jeff goes a massive break at 11:36 on his 50 dial, but he will be back in the next round. Might end up facing off against one of these racers. Kevin McCauley here in the Tower Lane. 83 Cutlass he calls old school. John Vandeven out of Abbotsford, just up the road. 68 Firebird, 454 big block. Both machines clean and green. Wind light's gonna be in the Tower Lane, 12005 on a 1200 dial for Macaulay. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro cars, I need you to staging, please. That's Super Pro cars. Can we have you make your way to staging, please? In the burnout box, Craig Johnson, 79 Malibu wagon, paired up with Bryce Lowe out of Langley. That's Skylark. 496 big block in that Skylark. You'd hardly even know it.
Again, I will make the announcement. If you are holding the 50/50 ticket number, that number, the winning number, check your tickets. 273249. It's a little over $400 sitting waiting for you if you are holding ticket number 273249.
In that last pass, Craig Johnson getting the win. In this run, this was to be a pair. Bobby Ellers was supposed to pair off against Barry Checkluck. Barry Checkluck with a flat tire in the staging lanes. Was not flat when he left the pit. Sometimes it goes like that. Bobby Ellers getting an easy pass into the next round. But he ain't taking it easy on that Mustang. Front wheels in the air, he goes 1051, 126 miles an hour. Jeff Bell, this very clean 76 Dart Sport, strong 455 small block Mopar, 727 automatic, and a big old Dana 60 hanging out underneath it. This machine flies. .05 red here, which is okay in a buy run, single pass. 947, 139 miles an hour for Jeff Bell. That will conclude that round of Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Class. Rolling right into Hot Rod Eliminations. Brought to you by Badass Garage. Gonna be a beautiful Dodge Dart paired up with a pretty darn clean Chevrolet Chevelle. John Sayer, that beautiful Dart. Ron Clark got a Port Alberni in the 69 Chevelle. Long ferry ride to get over here, folks. Not so much the ferry ride itself. It's the fact that you got to wait through about 3 sailings of parking lot to get to it. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need the driver of car number 168 to go and see David Strull in staging, please. Again, that's driver of car 168. Please go see David Strellan Staging. Ron Clark gets the win in the 69 Chevelle, 12:56. John Sayre, 04 Red. Jim Benke, the wheel stand in 67 Cuda right here in Mission City, paired up with Mark Bresinger. Mark would like to thank Vinny Speed Shop of that out-of-time Chevy Nova. Mark Bresinger is, in fact, out of time. Goes 006 red on the tree, sends Jim Benke into the next round. Benke with a 10.08, 132 mile an hour pass. Doug Marshall and the Rary Rodenizer in this pass. Win goes to Rodenizer in the 46 Ford, 953 on a 43 dial. Was a whole shot win because Marshall was closer, went 10-10 on an 05 dial. Whole shot win for Rodenizer, 0-2 reaction time to Doug Marshall's 133. That race was won on the starting line.
I am going to get you to, we haven't given away the money yet, have we? 50-50 has not been picked up as yet. So if you're holding 50-50 ticket number, check your tickets, dig them out right now. I don't see you looking at your tickets. I know you bought them. Check your tickets. Here's the winning ticket for a little over $400. 273-249. If that is your ticket, 273-249, firefighters have a little plastic bag of money for you.
Back on the racetrack in the hot rod class, Doug Russell Jeffrey paired up against that very cool fat black pickup, Ford pickup. Well, we have found our winner for the 50-50 draw. You can stop calling us and asking us what the number is. A little over $400 going to somebody other than me. That was, in fact, a test pass. Russell Jeffrey with a 9:10, 149 miles an hour, which is 10th better than his best pass this weekend. 876, 152 for the bad black Winkle horse. That's right. And that cool black hammered pickup. Chopped, channeled, clean, preened, and ready to make the scene. We are, in fact, going into Sportsman. Sportsman brought to you this weekend by Abbotsford Nissan. Going to be Ken Christensen. Steve Baskerville, 2016 Golf powered by a 2-liter 4-cylinder out of West Van. Ken Christensen. Like to thank the Old Car Center for their support in his 1967 Chevy Camaro, racing out of Salmon Arm. Again, Steve Baskerville out of West Van. Ken Christensen out of Salmon Arm up in the Shuswap. Hope I said that right. Both races away clean. Win goes to Ken Christensen easily. 004 reaction time to Baskerville's 876. Christensen wins the round with a 15.43. Again, we are, I believe, waiting for Super Pro to get the staging. Actually, I think they are there. Heather Hornell, still in rounds out of Stone Speed and Brady Electric. That's Sonoma Girl on Girl Crime. Sylvia Hoochson's in the other lane in her 66 Mustang. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Outlaw 275 finals and Canada West door slammers to staging, please. That's Outlaw 275 and Canada West door slammers to staging. Carson Barlow out of right here in Mission, 1970 Chevy C10, getting the bye into the next round. Again, Outlaw 275 and Canada West door slammers. Please make your way to staging. This is your motorcycle final. George Lacanis out of Coquitlam, the TK Performance Harley Davidson. Again, motorcycle brought to you by Mountain View Harley Davidson this weekend, so thank you, Mountain View Harley Davidson. Front wheel in the air, 3 gears, almost 4 gears of wheelie. .11.06, 123 miles an hour. Again, Outlaw 275 final and Canada West door slammers. We're looking for you in staging. Here in Super Pro, one of my homeboys, Charles Sidden, out of Lake Country, 67 Dodge Dart, alcohol-powered big block Mopar. He'd like to thank Tops Auto in Kelowna. Paired up with Rick McKinney, the RJL Farms 96 Camaro.
But you're not putting any money on who wins this, right? Oh. He has his own cheering section, and you know what? He's going on to the next round. Charles Sidden, red light for Rick McKinney, goes 001 red. is one stinking thou red. Unbelievable. Oh, yeah, he just about got a mug. Almost got a mug for a perfect light. So Charles Siddon goes 974, 137 miles an hour, and he is going on into the next round in Hot Rod. Or actually Super Pro. Jason Gibson, and Brad Vingy. Jason from Surrey in the Mustang, Brad in the Camaro. And they are off. Wind light comes on for Brad Vingy, goes 1086, 145 miles an hour. So Brad going on into the next round of Super Pro. So looking underneath the bridge, you can see that we've got the alcohol dragster making another pass. They've been getting quicker and quicker with each pass as they work out the bugs on this new motor of theirs. Dane Lekelt. So great shots on the video screen from Valley Tech. Burnout complete for Dane Lekelt. Making a series of test runs. Got that great sound of the blower loping along. Ran a 6:20, if I recall, last time out. Looking to make an improvement over that. Stops the clocks at 6:24.4. 6:24.4, 227 miles an hour. So tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We have called door slammers to the lanes. 604 to the lanes. And X275. All three classes should be rolling forward to the lanes. 275, 604, and door slammers. You have been called to the lanes. So with that in mind, we are going to put Pro and Hot Rod on standby. Pro and Hot Rod, you're on standby. We'll be calling you shortly as we work our way through the program and Obviously, this is going to get quicker and quicker, so we would ask everyone's cooperation that when you are called to the lanes, please post haste. Report to the lanes. We're going to do a little bit of track preparation right now. Get some stickiness back on the track.
His future, full of fun and promise. And Lucas Deep Clean Fuel System Cleaner will help keep it that way. Lucas Deep Clean Fuel System Cleaner substantially reduces greenhouse gas emissions, including nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide, and hydrocarbons, while improving fuel mileage using less fossil fuels. His fossil fuels. Just one little bottle with each fill-up, and his future can stay that much brighter.
Kevin McCauley gets a bye, so 5 cars
Here at TDS, we want to
left
do
in
more than just
Pro,
work for
and
the
in
dairyman.
Sportsman,
We want to partner
we're down
with the
to
dairyman,
3
showing
cars.
them that they are number one priority,
Semi-final round
no
action
matter what.
in Sportsman.
That's why we've
That
assembled
is
the team
why
we've
we have
assembled
called
at TDS.
Pro and
Please
put
enjoy this
Pro
short
on
video
standby, actually,
introduction
and
to our
Hot
team.
Rod on standby. So that is where we're at.
Hi,
with
my
some
name's John
cars that
DeYoung. I'm the
are
president
yet
of
to
Total
run.
Dairy
Coming
Solutions
up
and a
a
partner
little
in
bit
the
later
company.
on here
As
we
dairies
work our way
continue
through
to
the program.
scale and technologies
West door
evolve,
slammers have been
we at our
called
company
to the
have
staging
employed
lanes,
some of
along
the
with
top
604
dairy
and
professionals and are
275.
really looking forward to taking these technologies into your dairy.
I'm Kevin Fisk, CEO and partner at TDS. I'm responsible for the overall administration of the company. In addition to TDS, I own an electrical company and a dairy farm here in Colorado. I look forward to being part of an organization that will help producers adapt and thrive in an industry that's rapidly changing.
If you're in
Hi,
the
I'm
Pro
Yoav
Mod
Levsky. I'm the
category
chairman
on
of the
the
board of
property,
Total Dairy
we
Solutions
have an
and a
opportunity
partner.
for you to make
My role in the
a
company is
test
to
run
develop
if that
strategies
is
to
what
help
you
my
need to do.
customers and
So
our
feel
employees to
free
be better
to,
prepared
roll
for
forward
the
to the rear
challenges
staging,
in the
and
future
Dave
of the
will
food
slot
ecosystem.
you in the most appropriate time.
I'm Ryan
Pro Mod, if
Klistro,
you're looking
Chief
for
Commercial
a
Officer
test run,
and partner of
now's the
TDS.
time to roll to
I'm in charge
staging.
of making sure that on a day-to-day basis we are delivering our promises and holding up our end of the bargain, and look forward to servicing you.
My name is Jake DeWitt. I am the Chief Technical Officer and partner at TDS. My background is in electrical engineering and managing big install projects. Going forward, I look forward to putting a team together around myself and the partners to bring our company and this industry up to the next level.
We hope you enjoyed that short video and the introduction to our team. We look forward to showing you what we're capable of not only today, but in the future as we continue to bring innovations forward in our industry. We appreciate your time today and consideration.
Absolutely spectacular video coverage from the good folks at Valley Tech, providing the graphics for the whole weekend. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. You can see on the big screen here at Mission Raceway the pairings for Outlaw 275. These are great graphics that from all the watching of different races around Canada and the United States, well, I would say I'd be hard-pressed to see anybody who has done such excellent graphics work and camera coverage as what we have been experiencing here this weekend and the Door Wars weekend with Valley Tech. And certainly want to give a big shout-out to all the technicians and individuals involved in bringing this to our viewing pleasure. And it is spectacular, to say the least. 18 degrees out there as we work our way down the program with the various classes. We have called some to the lane. We are just completing some track preparation here for the continuation of class runs. If you're still with us, and we are so glad to see that you are on both sides of the racetrack, we want to thank you once again for spending the time with us. Please do, before you head home, do check out the Pro Shop here on the pit side and grab yourself a souvenir of some kind that will make a memory of this weekend. Pro Shop has all sorts of gear, everything from headwear to jackets, T-shirts, hoodies, die-cast cars. They've got some stickers, pins, glassware, and if you just need a quick snack, they've got that there too. So head into the Pro Shop, which is right across from the Half Track Snack Shack. All righty. You are hopefully back in your seats. This is final round action, Outlaw 275. And we are staying quiet during the burnout. That's what I'm doing. Outlaw 275, final round, Jordy Lassick and Dan Rodrigue. Lassick over on the Lordco side out of Kelowna. Rodrigue out of Chilliwack in the Boo, the 1981 Malibu, sponsored by Ken Specialty Automotive, Goat Performance, Fortin's Auto Supply, Maskell Collision, Choice Mechanical. So a huge group of sponsors putting their money behind the Boo. Dan Rodrigue over here, Tower Side. Jordy Lassick out of Kelowna. Well, sponsored by JS Power Sports Gen 3. Big block Chevys, each side of the racetrack. This is heads up. Final round to the 8th mile. Rodrigue has done a 463, a 461. Lassick, 820, getting the feel of the track, and then a 462. So evenly matched. Anybody's race. It'll be heads up when the lights come down. And so we get set. They roll forward into the pre-stage beams, and then another 8 inches, roll forward, and away we go. Win light for Rodrigue. Goes 461.5. So his quickest run of the day, 461.5, 155 miles an hour for the win light. Congratulations to Dan Rodrigue from Chilliwack. That whole team, everybody that got him into the winner's circle. Congratulations, Dan Rodrigue. Jordy Lassick, 5:11. Struggling to get through the 8th mile, 104. He was off the gas, obviously. So 461, your winning number for Dan Rodrigue. And that is Outlaw 275. So Total Dairy Solutions, your sponsor for Outlaw 275. I want to thank them for their participation and stepping up in sponsoring the class as we roll into round number 2 of Canada West Door Slammers, presented this weekend by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. Cars, or should I say vehicles, because some of them are trucks. 12 vehicles in the category here as we roll into round number 2. And round 2 starts with Rod Leclerc and Kerry Young. Leclerc out of Victoria. Self-employed, Paradise Home sponsorship. Likes to say that he has been driving with the Door Slammers for 7 years. And he has been a strong runner over those years. Kerry Young, sponsored by Young Mechanical out of Port Alberni. Well, we've seen him for a few years as well. 836 is the dial-in for Young. 676 for the Camaro of Leclerc. Pickup, the S10, is going to get the handicap start. Attention in the pits. Pro and Hot Rod. We need you to the lanes right now. Bring them up. Pro and Hot Rod to the lanes. Everybody leaves clean and green. Handicap going to the S10. Win light comes on 4. Kerry Young, 837. 837 managed to stay out in front of Rod Leclerc, who ran a 6:78. no slouch either lane. 8:36 was the dial for Kerry Young. He runs 8:37, 1 hun over. 8:37 with a 0. 158 miles an hour for Kerry Young to advance into the next lane. Blake Miller from Victoria. Searles Auto Repair 67 Camaro. That's the orange car. Spectator side. Brad Powell from Linden. 67 Chevelle. Rolling forward here, Towers side. 8:44 is the dial for Powell. 8:62 for Miller. So 2/10 handicap start. Going to the orange Camaro. And that's what 2/10 looks like on the Christmas tree. Blake Miller. Powell on the brakes. It's a win light for the Camaro. Blake Miller runs 8:62 on an 8:62 dial. In fact, he goes 8:62 with an 8, 156 miles an hour. So Blake Miller, your winner, going into round number 3 of Canada West Door Slammers. And that's going to bring up Scott Robinson and John DeYoung. John DeYoung from Abbotsford in the TDS, Total Dairy Solutions, sponsored 68 Camaro, the swoopy one. The Total Dairy Solutions Camaro, not so swoopy, is also a 67 Camaro. So, handicap going to the more vintage-looking car as John DeYoung goes red. Win light comes on for Scott Robinson. 8:40 with a 1. 8:40, 002 reaction time. John DeYoung goes red, runs a 6:88, but he is out of here on the trailer. Scott Robinson advancing to the next round. Andy Hatton rolling back in the Grinch. And Paul Debris Jr. in the Valiant. Valiant's out of Shawnigan Lake, BC. Straight line race cars. And the Grinch, well, that green Camaro, Langley, BC is home. Everybody's clean and green on the start line. Win light comes on for Paul Debris, 8:44, 152 miles an hour. And it's going to bring up our next pair. Eric Shirk and Jason Field. Field from Mission, self-employed in the Overkill Nova, 71 Nova. Your number 4 qualified door slammer as we wait for Derek Shirk. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Supply, Bubba's Speed Shop, 66 Chevy 2. Once again, the start line crew ever vigilant, seeing something that needed attention inside the car. So Derek Shirk getting that instruction as the cars roll forward now into the staging beams. Field getting awfully close to the center line, and he gets off the gas, but still manages to pull out a win as Derek Shirk runs way too fast, under. Attention in the pits, Sportsman, we need you to the lanes, please. Sportsman, this is your call to the lanes. Pro and Hot Rod, you should already be there, but Sportsman, this is your call to the lanes, as Kerry Stone and Ken Orser are the next pair in Canada West Door Slammer action. 7:41 is the time dialed in for the 2008 GTO. Kerry Stone in the black Camaro, dialed in at 6:18. That is one really fast Camaro. So he will have to be patient. He's the #1 qualifier in the Door Slammer category this weekend, presented by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. And got 6:18 on the board. Hey, attention to the pits. Junior Street. We need Junior Street. To the lanes. And unfortunately, tough way to go out as the wind light comes on for Ken Orser. Kerry Stone not able to hold the car in the stage beams, and in Canada West Door Slammer action, you cannot deep stage. So Stone unable to keep the car in the stage beams, and the red light comes on, and he knew that. Orser runs a 7:38 at 189 miles an hour, so he will take that GTO into round number 3. That's going to do it for Canada West Door Slammer action. Round number 2. And we'll be back with round number 3 in about 40 minutes. So here we go, final round action in the Canadian Streetcar Nationals. 3rd annual Crown Door Streetcar Nationals. And there's a motorcycle in the final. Daryl Tippy getting the handicap start. And here comes Tom Turand in hot pursuit. Brakes on. Tom Turand is your winner. Tom Turand goes 868, 145 miles an hour for the win. So Maple Ridge runner Tom Turand will be super happy about that, as he is the winner of the 3rd annual Canadian Street Machine Nationals. Crown Door, the proud sponsor the 604 Street Legit program, and together with Mission Raceway, Crown Door and 604 Street Legit promote pushing the limits and racing safely on the track, not on the street. So over the past 20 years, Crown Door has become one of Western Canada's leading suppliers of doors and hardware to developers of multi-family projects. So we want to thank all the great people over at Crown Door for their support of the 604 Street Legit program, and congratulations to Tom Turand for winning the race here today. We're rolling into Pro Bracket now. Pro Bracket. Bobby Ellers and Jeff Whitworth. So red light for the pickup, as Jeff Whitworth, reinstated in the program, was too hasty on the Christmas tree. 987 does not win when the light turns red at the start of that run. So Bobby Ellers takes his Mustang into what I think is going to be the final. And it will be Kevin McCauley, his competitor. McCauley, the old school Cutlass Maple Ridge runner. Gets a bye run here. So pushing the tree just to get a better feel for it on a single run like this. Red light does not count. He runs a 12:03, 110 miles per hour. So that is going to set up the pro final. So I thought we were completed pro, but clearly shows what I know, as Craig Johnson and Jeff Bell are making their runs in pro. Handicap start going to Craig Johnson, and he picks up the win. 1082 with a 5, 118 miles an hour. So Craig Johnson, Johnson's custom exhaust, that 79 Malibu wagon, rolling into the next round of Pro Bracket. And here we go with Hot Rod now. Attention in the pits, Ryland Cook. We need you in the staging lanes. Ryland Cook, we need you in the staging lanes. There is a spot with your name on it, and you need to be there. So here we go in Hot Rod with Larry Rodenizer from Langley, the auto installer, driving that yellow 46 Ford. And Ron Clark in his 69 Chevelle. The Chevelle gets the handicap start. There it is. And here comes Larry Rodenizer turning on the red light. So the win light comes on with Ron Clark running a 12:57.8, 105 miles an hour. And Larry Rodenizer ran a 9:46, but unfortunately the red light took him out of action. So semifinal was that first pair, and winner of that pair is going to be racing Jim Benke, who is heading off down track right now in his 67 CUDA. Runs a 10:09, 126 miles per hour. Got that CUDA tuned up lifting the wheels every single run and still manages nice, clean, straight runs. Now we are in Sportsman. Sportsman class, of course, 12 seconds and slower with no electronics allowed. And the first pair will be Carson Barlow leaving in C10. 14-17 is the dial for Carson, getting the handicap start over Heather Hornell. Win light comes on for Carson. Carson runs a 14-18 with a 3. 93 miles an hour, so Carson Barlow, your winner of that pair. So this being the semifinal in Sportsman, Ken Christensen getting the bye with 3 cars left in competition. Christensen taking an easy pass here, 16.85 on a 15.23 dial, 92 miles per hour. It's interesting, I was watching some racing, as I mentioned to you, Todd, over the weekend. How 3 different races here in New England and Brainerd, and the amount of power sometimes that certain cars produce in such a short period of time. There was I think one of the funny cars that actually stepped on the gas and went up and was out of the gas in like a second and still crossed the finish line at 90 some miles an hour. I mean, how fast are you going in a second? That you're still going 90 at the end of a quarter.
And how much did he lose in the other half of the racetrack? Yeah, again, incredible power. Going into the Junior Street final, going to be a pair of friends of mine. Actually, Junior Street semifinal. Emma Sidden out of Lake Country taking on Allie Stone, also out of Lake Country. Allie would like to thank Cutting Edge Auto and Stone Brothers Racing. Emma Sidden would like to thank Tops Auto Repair for the tune-up. Her dad, Charles, Mom, Nancy, and brother, Cole, for all of their support. Emma Sidden lights the win light. Allie Stone, little too fast, 968 on a 75 dial. Emma Sidden moving on to the final. Gonna face Ryland Cook. This young man right here, racing out of 604 Street Legit and Lands Auto. 302 small block in that Falcon, racing out of Langley. Junior Street, brought to us by JBS. Ryland away clean. 10:33 with a 2. 63.8 miles an hour. That does conclude that semifinal round of Junior Street, brought to you by JBS. Just waiting to see what's next. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we have Door Slammer back to staging as soon as you can? Again, that's Canada West Door Slammers to staging as soon as possible. Thank you. Ken Sahota, waiting very patiently, strapped into the Bluebird 2000 Firebird Chevrolet 833 Big Block. Brought to you by Tri-City Cutting. Competing in the Pro Mod class, Pro Mod brought to you this weekend by Mopac Auto Supply. Sahota would also like to thank Rad Torque Systems for their help as well.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Again, Canada West Door Slammers to staging, please. That's Canada West Door Slammers. Can we have you to staging, please? And thank you. Sahota putting some heat in those Mickey Thompson slicks. Purging the nitrous oxide bottle down to the pressure that he's looking for. Too much nitrous oxide, no good. Not enough nitrous oxide, no good. It's a fine art to find the correct bottle pressure. I tell you, just what they purge, I'd like to bottle that back up and take it home for myself. It lasts me about a week and a half. Lasts them, what, 4 seconds?
Occurred to me while watching, with all the nitrous being purged, that if there was a drag strip dentistry nearby, this would be a perfect place to get your laughing gas, and we'll do some work. I mean, why not? Why let it waste?
It also kind of explains why our starting line crew always seems so darn happy.
Wow, 397 with a 9, 185 miles an hour. Ken Sahota just pouring on the coal. Wow, great run. Hey, there he is. Congratulations, Tom Tarrant. Wins the big check.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need everybody. We need all the final rounds to make their way to staging, please. Again, that's all final rounds. Finalists, please make your way to staging. David Stroh will pair you up.
His future, full of fun and promise. And Lucas Deep Clean Fuel System Cleaner will help keep it that way. Lucas Deep Clean Fuel System Cleaner substantially reduces greenhouse gas emissions. including nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide, and hydrocarbons, while improving fuel mileage using less fossil fuels. His fossil fuels. Just one little bottle with each fill-up, and his future can stay that much brighter.
Attention in the pits, Craig Johnson. Craig Johnson, this is a personal call for you to come to the staging lanes. Craig Johnson, please come to the staging lanes. We are anxious to see you there. So as Todd mentioned, we are at that point in the day where we are running down the finals and semifinals in many of the classes. So we have asked for your cooperation when we call you to the staging lanes. And in matter of fact, if you are in the finals or semifinals, it probably makes sense that you just work your way to the staging lanes ASAP, as we will be running you off as quickly as is humanly possible and mechanically possible. It's probably worth mentioning for all of you who are still with us in the stands. That is absolutely spectacular to see. So I want you all to give yourselves a big round of applause. Come on, that is absolutely great. We are so pleased after everything that everyone has been through that we are able to be here racing and have you in the stands watching and enjoying yourselves. Well, hopefully you're enjoying yourselves. Otherwise, why would you still be here, right? So thanks a lot once again for making Mission Raceway a part of your weekend here as we go through our Smoke, Fire, and Thunder event, which is always one of the more spectacular events. We're down at the last stages now, some finals to be run. If you enjoyed yourself, certainly hope that you pass on the word to your friends, have them come out and partake at our next event. Watch Facebook for the dates and times of that event. If you're into diesel, BD diesel drags, I think, are coming up in the middle of September. There's more ET races that will be taking place September 11th and 12th. I will be in Edmonton, so we'll be missing that, but some bracket racing, I guess, Summit ET Racing Series 7 and 8. This is race number 6, so 7 and 8 will be on the 11th and 12th, and then on the 18th, BD Drags, if that is still on. I know they were moving some dates around, and then following that, we've got some more Mission Finals, and that is at the end of September, and then the beginning of October, Outlaw Finals. So those are the races that I can think of off the top of my head. And here is the final in Sportsman. Final in Sportsman is going to feature the C10 of Chris Barlow. I don't know why I called him Chris. His name is Carson. And Ken Christensen in the other lane. Handicap, not very much. 14-17 for the C10. 15-23 for the Camaro. So the Camaro will leave the start line ahead of the pickup. Here we go. Tree comes down, and there goes Ken Christensen. Win light is going to come on for Carson Barlow, your winner in Sportsman. So congratulations to Carson. Picks up the win here today. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Congratulations, Carson. Your winner in Sportsman.
Again, down to the finals of pretty much everything here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. I'm sure that Jerry said all this already while I was running around out in the pits talking to people. Again, been a fantastic 4 or 5 days here. I've been here since Wednesday night, took in all of the test sessions and all of the time trials. It's been spectacular right from the word go.
Hey, I certainly want to thank you for your participation, Todd. I mean, it is great that you were able to drive in all the way from the interior and help us out here. You're doing a great job on all of the different aspects of being in a different track and everything else. So just want to express my appreciation on behalf of all the staff for your participation here. So thanks a lot.
Well, thank you folks for having me down, Jerry. It's been an incredible experience for me, a learning experience, and just about one of the most exciting things I've done in my 55 years. So it's been awesome. Simply put, it has been awesome. changing up the run order here in our finals just a little bit. Normally we would start off with Junior Street, Pro, and the lesser classes. Charles Sidden is in the Super Pro final. His daughter Emma is in the Junior Street final. So we're going to run the Super Pro cars so that win or lose, Charles can come back around and hop into the car with his daughter.
Reason for that is that in Junior Street, there's two people in the car. One has a competition license behind the wheel, but they need somebody with a street license because the vehicle is a street vehicle. That's the rules in Junior Street. The only NHRA category that has or allows two people in the driving area. So here we go. Final in Super Pro. Charles Sidden, 974 is the dial-in. Brad Vingy, 1085. So Lake Country is home for Charles. Todd's neck of the woods. And Brad Vingy from Langley, our neck of the woods. So Camaro versus Dart.
Well, Top's Auto Repair is about a block from my house.
Yes, they are neck and neck down track. Win light for Brad Vingy. Langley gets the win. Brad Vingy, congratulations to Brad and that whole team for their efforts. Taking home the money this week. Brad Vingy, 1085 with a 4. So right on the dial, 147 miles per hour. So that is your Super Pro winner, presented by Willowbrook Chrysler. So here we go with the Pro bracket. Once again, we remind all winners that once you have completed your run, if you are the winner in the category, winners' pictures are being taken at the base of the tower by the winner's circle sign. So Craig Johnson in hot pursuit of Kevin McCauley in the Cutlass. Win light comes on for Craig Johnson. Goes 11:01 on a 1084 dial, 109 miles an hour. So Craig Johnson will be moving on. The other half of the semifinal is Bobby Ellers. Bobby from Maple Ridge in that Mustang, so he will be running up against Chris Stone in the final in Pro bracket. So the final in Pro bracket is set as we go into Hot Rod. And this looks to be a final in Hot Rod. So we are looking at Jim Benke and Ron Clark. Staging up, handicap will go to Ron Clark. 69 Chevelle gets the lead as Jim Benke is now in hot pursuit. but it is a red light for Clark, and so Benke is your winner. He is just racing for the win light, runs a 10-10 on a 10-11 dial, but he saw his green light, the win light, come on, and he was off and running. So Jim Benke is your winner in Hot Rod. So congratulations to him and all of his hard work here during Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Badass Garage. So we are now in round number 3 of Canada West Door Slammers, presented this weekend by Green Light Auto Sales and Financing. Scott Robinson here, tower side, 841 on the window, 861 for Blake Miller in the 67 orange Camaro. And he went in deep and turned on the red light. So win light goes to Scott Robinson, who runs an 844 with a 157 miles an hour. Sponsored by Rad Torque, Triton Transport, Artex Barn Solutions, and TDS. That brings up the next pair, and that is Kerry Young and Paul DeBree Jr. Young from Port Alberni. Paul DeBree in the 66 Valiant with what I like to call the picnic table wing on the back. That is, without question, one of the biggest deck wings that I ever see. Paul DeBree from Shawnigan Lake. Straight line race cars. Kerry Young, Young Mechanical from Port Alberni. Boy, red light start for Young. They were heads up too, both of them, 836 dial. So the win light goes 836 with a 9 on an 836 dial for Paul DeBree. Wow, that is nice. And trip zip on the tree. So bag of donuts on the reaction time for Paul DeBree Jr. Make sure that somebody tell him to come up to the tower with his time slip, and he can get a Mission Raceway mug for his trip zip. Last pair in this round for Canada West Door Slammers, Jason Field and Ken Orser. Orser in the TCS GTO from Abbotsford. Jason Field in the Nova, 71 Nova. 632 cubic inch big block Chevy versus a 598 cubic inch Chevy in Orser's car. 739 is the dial for Orser, 723 for Jason Field in the Nova. So that means that Orser in the GTO is going to leave just a fraction ahead of the Nova. win light comes on for Jason Field. 8:56 and another perfect reaction time. Another bag of donuts for Ken Orser. Orser had trip-zip reaction time, but had problems and was off the gas well before the finish line. 10:60. So 8:56 win light for Jason Field, your number 4 qualifier, moving on into the next round. This is an announcement for Chris Stone. Can you take Jason Field's golf cart back to him?
Here at TDS, we want to do more than just work for the dairyman. We want to partner with the dairyman, showing them that they are number 1 priority no matter what. That's why we've assembled the team we've assembled at TDS. Please enjoy this short video and introduction to our team.
Hi, my name's John DeYoung. I'm the president of Total Dairy Solutions and a partner in the company. As dairies continue to scale and technologies evolve, we at our company have employed some of the top dairy professionals and are really looking forward to taking these technologies into your dairy.
I'm Kevin Fisk, CEO and partner at TDS. I'm responsible for the overall administration of the company. In addition to TDS, I own an electrical company and a dairy farm here in Colorado. I look forward to being part of an organization that will help producers adapt and thrive in an industry that's rapidly changing.
Hi, I'm Yoav Levski. I'm the chairman of the board of Total Dairy Solutions and a partner. My role in the company is to develop strategies to help my customers and our employees to be better prepared for the challenges in the future of the food ecosystem.
I'm Ryan Calistro, Chief Commercial Officer and partner of TDS. I'm in charge of making sure that on a day-to-day basis we are delivering our promises and holding up our end of the bargain, and look forward to servicing you.
My name is Jake DeWitt. I am the Chief Technical Officer and partner at TDS. My background is in electrical engineering and managing big install projects. Going forward, I look forward to putting a team together around myself and the partners to bring our company and this industry up to the next level.
We hope you enjoyed that short video and the introduction to our team. We look forward to showing you what we're capable of not only today, but in the future as we continue to bring innovations forward in our industry. We appreciate your time today and consideration.
So as usual, we make the call.
Quality
If you
is
are
never
still
an
in
accident.
competition, we
It is the
need you
result
back in the
of high
staging
intention,
lanes so that we
knowledgeable
can
effort,
complete
intelligent
finals
direction,
that are
and skillful
yet
execution.
to be completed, and we're just down to the last couple. That is for
It
sure.
represents the wiser choice
Got
of
three
many alternatives.
three cars left in Canada West door slammers,
JBS
but
equipment.
we have got,
The field's
I think,
the
finals
limit.
and absolutely everything else done except for maybe junior street, door slammer and pro. So there we go. That's going to round out today's activity. So tension in the pits. It looks like we've got a junior dragster starter that is sitting on the start line wall, and we're thinking it's Hunter Gallant's starter because I think that's the name that's on it. So if we have someone from the Gallant team head over to the start line, there is a junior dragster starter that is now being toted to the base of the tower.
All right. Junior Street Finals, brought to you by JBS Equipment. Gonna be young Emma Sidden out of Winfield, Lake Country, 97 Dakota, 5.2 liter V8, brought to you by Tops Auto Repair and the Sidden family. Paired up with Ryland Cook out of Langley, 68 Falcon, 302 small block. Ryland would like to thank 604 Street Legal and Lands Auto for their support here this weekend. Again, this is the final round. Junior Street. Put them in the beams. Both cars pre-staged. Second bulb lit for Emma. Ryland is in, the tree is hot. Anybody's drag race at this point. One of these racers with a considerably better reaction time, but I'm not saying who. And it's Ryland Cook at the big end, 1032 on his 2.8 dial. Emma Sidden couldn't run the number, 1039 on a 2.6 dial. Ryland Cook with a 0.1 reaction time here in the final round. So congratulations to Ryan Cook. The 604 Street Legal Lands Auto 68 Falcon is going to the winner's circle.
And we'll just make that quick call again. All finalists, we need you back in the staging lanes. Just make that standard call now. It's that time of day. Supper time, or in some cases, dinner time. And so you need to get back into the staging lines if you're still in competition, and that would be expedient of you.
Again, we're looking for Pro Class Final to staging, please. That's Pro Class Final to staging. Door Slammers semifinals, soon as you guys can get here. Again, Door Slammer and Pro Finals to staging, please.
So we'll take the opportunity once again to thank all the great folks at Valley Tech for the hard work that they have put together in presenting the video side of all the racing action this weekend, including not only online, but the big screen here at Mission Raceway. It has been a spectacular effort on their part, and one that certainly speaks highly of their technical skills. So thanks to all of you guys, and including the great Still Real Productions drone work that has been enhancing the coverage all this weekend. So thanks again, Valley Tech, and we certainly look forward to working with you on future events. It's great to see Mission Raceway getting the coverage on Facebook and YouTube. As the graphics show on the big screen, we are waiting to run the Pro Final. And that is going to be Craig Johnson and Bobby Ellers. So we have called them to the staging lanes as soon as they are able to get there. Here we go, final round. This is the final in Pro Bracket. Tower side, Craig Johnson in the Malibu wagon. On the spectator side, Bobby Ellers in the Mustang. So 10:84 is the dial-in time for Craig Johnson, 10:55 for Bobby Ellers in the Mustang. So handicap start going to the station wagon by just about 0.3 of a second. Craig Johnson, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Both cars pre-staged, rolling forward. Who will be first? It's Craig, and then Bobby. Everybody's green on the start line. It's going to be close. It will be a win light for Craig Johnson. 10:83 as they both break out. Get this, reaction times 0:16 for Craig, 0:17 for Bobby. They were both primed and ready to go. Win light, though, for Craig Johnson, 10:83 with a 2 at 111 miles an hour. So congratulations to Craig Johnson from Langley, that team, for all their hard work. Craig Johnson picks up the win in Pro Bracket here during Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Pro Bracket presented by Bubba's.
All right, well, getting down to the end of the day here, both here at MRP as well as the live stream feed. Just like to shout out to as many of the sponsors as I possibly can for this event. We'd like to thank the Vanishing Ones and the Hard Knock stunt teams that came out on the weekend, put on a great show. The Dark Side Top Fuel team, Part Source Canada, the Bone Shaker Jet Truck, the Happy Homesteader, Jag Chima Royal LePage, class sponsors Abbotsford Nissan, Bubba's Speed Shop, Willowbrook Chrysler, Mountain View Harley Davidson, JBS Equipment, Badass Garage, Total Dairy Solutions, Crown Door, Greenlight Auto Financing, Mopac Auto Supply, Big Kids Racing. Bringing you the live stream production was Valley Tech and Still Real Productions, handling the drone work, which was absolutely incredible. Shout out to Richard Love, donating a bunch of very large tarps to MRP today to cover the starting line and such in inclement weather and other times. Thank you, Richard. As always, we'd like to thank Lordco Auto Parts and Summit Race Parts. Maybe you could take over here and come up with a few more, Jerry. Cats, yeah, Cats will.
Oh, we got to mention Cats, getting all the fuel to everybody who needs it. The list of people who make this place tick is long and illustrious.
Absolutely. As we said before, it takes a lot of money to put on drag races, send these cars down the track. Takes a lot of money to keep those cars running. So again, huge thanks to the sponsors. They support us, so please support them.
Spoken, I couldn't have said it any better myself.
Again, we are looking for Canada West Door Slammers semifinals. Please, as you guys know, down to 3 cars, so one of you is going to get the bye. Click the beams, back out, and wait would be the prudent thing to do. Now, we're not telling you have to. If you want to make a full pull, hey, get her done and send it, brother. But in the interest of getting this program finished, trip the beams, back her out, and wait for your competitor. But again, we are looking for Canada West Door Slammers, semifinals to staging, please. I do believe we still have the pro final, or did we do that? Okay, we did that. Somehow I slept through it. Oh yeah, actually I just stood there on the starting line and watched it. Craig Johnson winning the pro class. So that's it. We are down to 3 cars. Technically two rounds of racing. Waiting patiently for those Canada West Door Slammers to cool down. And again, these are big, expensive engines. And when I say expensive, I mean these guys spend as much on their engine to buy it as what you paid for your Cadillac at home. $30,000, $40,000 for one of these engines. So to get her all hot and bothered and then run down the track again, they won't do it, and we don't expect them to. So we're going to give these guys some time to cool down. But please, move it along, guys. And one last shot for me for a little personal ego trip. I'd like to send a shout out to everybody at home that's watching. Tall Ron, Super Dave, Big Dave, Les from the gas station, everybody. Thanks for all the messages you've been sending me, phone calls. This has been an absolute awesome experience. But truth be told, I can't wait to get home and sleep for about 2 days. And again, can't forget the half-track snack shack, the pro shop in the pits, BS Espresso, also Sangam Restaurant and Catering, and Emberg's Barbecue House, doing a good job of keeping us all well fed up here on the mount, at MRP on the mountain. We're not on the mountain. We're about as far off of the mountain as I can get.
Yeah, I think we're pretty close to the water, actually. That's more likely where you'll find us. Yes. It's actually one of the defining features of Mission Raceway has been our altitude level. It's always been a great facility to look at getting good times. I mean, the alcohol dragsters, when we used to have the divisional race up here, it was quite common. Sean Cowie running 6 or 5 teens. Kim from Washington State, Kim Parker, running in the teens as well. So the air is good here, and that certainly speaks well to all of the great effort that the racers put in to getting good times. So we certainly appreciate them coming out here and patronizing this raceway, and it's always fun to have them here. We look forward to things opening up with the U.S. border and being able to get some of the U.S. racers who I know watching on the Facebook page have been asking about that. Can we come up? Can we come up? And, you know, there's lots of restrictions yet. I guess they can come up. We can't go down. So, you know, that's something else, too. So it's really just a question of whether you've got the team ready to go and whether they're all vaxxed up and that kind of thing. So yeah, we certainly also appreciate, and I've said this before, but appreciate all of you fans, your patronage, being out here, supporting us. We look forward to seeing you back again at the next event. And I did mention that that's going to be a double-header Summit Racing Series event on the 11th and 12th of September, and then there's the BD Diesel Drags on the 18th of September. There's a big bracket final event at the end of September, and then the first week of October is going to be Outlaw Nationals or Outlaw Finals, something like that. My memory is a little bit fuzzy, but it is way out in the future of October.
Well, if I'm a lucky man, I'll get invited back down here. It's almost like winning the lottery.
There you go. There you go. Well, and I've said this before, so it's great to have you out here and participating in the announce team. So it's good to see you, and I'm sure that yeah, you'll be invited back. No question.
We have empty staging lanes. Canada West door slammers, semifinals to staging, please. Again, I might be starting to sound a little bit redundant, but we need those Canada West door slammers to make their way down to staging. All right, our staging crew is getting a little bit antsy. So again, shout out to Canada West door slammers. 2 staging lanes for your semifinals.
Earlier that if you are a winner in your category, we do want you to come by the winner circle down at the base of the tower in staging lane 1. Come by and have a photo taken of you, the car, and the team. And we will certainly post it for posterity on the World Wide Web.
Let's see, it's been about 2 minutes. Canada West Door Slammers to staging, please. Again, Canada West Door Slammers semifinals to staging. Starting line crews holding their hands in the air. Staging's holding their hands in the air. Come on, guys, let's go, please. Well, Paul Debris down here, one of the door slammers waiting patiently. Oh, I see the other two. They are making their way down. Should be just moments till we'll see the door slammer semifinals. Those guys just suiting and booting right now, strapping themselves into the car.
Hey, I hear cars fired up. It is Canada West Door Slammer time. That's right, semifinals. 3 cars left in the category. And so this weekend sponsor, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. And also, I've mentioned this a couple of times, got a big shout out going out to Traveland RV for the trailer that they have provided for this season. So here is semifinal round action then. Scott Robinson from Chilliwack in the Camaro. 67 Camaro over on the spectator side. Jason Field from Mission right here. 71 Nova, number 4 qualifier up against Robinson, who was the number 20 qualifier. So Robinson low in the field, making it all the way to the semifinals, looking to see if he can make it one more round. He'll get the handicap start, dialed in at 8:42. He's off. Red light for Jason. Jason Field goes red. Win light comes on for Scott Robinson, and he runs an 8:41 with a 7. 160 miles an hour, so Scott Robinson is going to be going into the next round, the final round. And it looks like Paul Debris Jr. is going to make a full pull. So he had to run through the water box, clean the tires, and he'll take the tree. It comes down, and being a single, he has the option then of backing out and saving all the wear and tear, and puts him into the final round. So we're looking at about 20 minutes for the turnaround time for the TDS Camaro. 20 minutes should have them back in staging lanes. And that will give us our final, Paul Debris Jr. and Scott Robinson. This weekend sponsor for the Door Slammers, Green Light Auto Sales and Financing. Whether you have good credit, bad credit, or no credit, the experienced team at Green Light Auto Financing can help you get approved. The large pool of lenders, they offer in-house financing with rates starting at 2.49%. With over 1,500 vehicles in their inventory, they have a team that will make the car buying process smooth and hassle-free. Trade-in vehicles are welcome, so come and visit them at 7179 Horn Street here in Mission, or contact them at greenlightautofinancing.ca to get approved today. So Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, the weekend sponsor for the Canada West Door Slammers Series. word from the pits is that we are about 15 minutes away from the final in Canada West Door Slammers. The team with Scott Robinson's car need to do some maintenance in between rounds, so that is what we are waiting to complete. So as soon as Scott makes all of the in-between round measures, we'll be set to go. But that's where we're at. So we've talked about the sponsors. We've thanked them. And we've talked about the spectators. We've thanked them. We've talked about the track crew. We thank them. We've talked about the Todd. We've thanked him. We've talked about, let's see, we have talked about just about everything that there is to talk about. This is that time of day where, you know, what is there left to say and who is there left to hear it?
Well, I see that the stands are not quite completely empty yet. There are still some people waiting to see this Door Slammer final.
I was always thinking, you know, that there should be like some sort of a prize for the last spectator standing, right?
I agree 100%, Jerry. These are some hardcore fans you have got here at MRP.
Let's see, there must be a hamburger sitting around at the concession stand that is waiting to be eaten free.
I hope there's a frosty cold beverage next to it because my throat can sure use it.
Yeah.
We are moments, just moments away from beverage o'clock. But I also like to thank you, Jerry. It's been an absolute pleasure, as I said, to work with you, learn from you even. It's been a fantastic experience to share the microphone with you.
Not sure what there is on the learning side of things, but I appreciate the sentiment. So, yeah, I'm sure that we'll be working together, maybe even for some of the other races this year. There's a few races left. And then who knows? Next year is another whole year. So
All right. First call for door slammers. You know, it's the 15-minute mark, so we're going to try and push you guys. Robinson and Debris Jr. When you're good and ready, or maybe even sooner, make your way down here for the final. You know, there's a winner's check and a cup, and if you want it, come and try and get it. All right, attention the facility, especially you racers that are pitted down by the far end, by the road course and the drift track. We need to remind you to please make sure that you remove your race cars and your haulers and everything else tonight, as there is a drift event scheduled for tomorrow. So again, we do need to have those haulers and cars removed from the property tonight. Please and thank you. I will also mention, before you leave, please help keep our facility clean. Throw your garbage in the garbage cans. Throw your recyclables into the recyclable cans or beside the garbage, and our crew will come and pick them up later. But please help keep our facility clean. Well, there's a view. We have Canada West door slammers sitting under the bridge. We are just a couple minutes away from our final round.
That's right. We'll get the tractors off the racing surface. The tractors have been running just to maintain some heat in the track because no other cars have been running back and forth. And so we are going to be set for the final in Canada West door slammers. And that will be the final run for the event. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder 2021 will be in the books. So, and the Canadian Street Machine Nationals. Boy, there's races within races within races. All right, here we go. This is final round then for Canada West Door Slammers, presented this weekend for Green Light Auto Sales and Financing. They got a host of other sponsors, associate sponsors, including Winter Harbor Marina, an RV, Artex Barn Solutions, Green Light Auto Sales, Paradise Homes, Accurate Brake and Muffler, Alpine Backhoe, Associated Tire and Auto, Comox, Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travel and RV. All that and more, bringing us the Canada West Door Slammers here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. We had 23 vehicles in the category. Number one was Kerry Stone. All righty. Rolling out from underneath the bridge, Paul Debris Jr. and Scott Robinson.
Paul Debris Jr., that's 66 Valiant, 565-inch big block Chevrolet. So Mopar makes it, but Chevy shakes it.
The other lane, Total Dairy Solutions and Racers for Christ, Artex Barn Solutions, sponsors for Scott Robinson out of the John D. Young group. Burnout's complete. Paul Debris Jr., Lordco Lane, Scott Robinson, TCS Lane. You've got Paul Debris qualifying in the number 16 spot up against your number 20 qualifier, Scott Robinson. Racing on the handicap system, as has been the case all day. 842 for Scott Robinson, 836 for Paul Debris Jr. So Little Camaro will get the head start. Courtesy staging is in effect, so we want cars to both pre-stage and then roll forward. Here we go. Well, it's all green at the start line, so everybody's racing for a win light at the top end, and it is Paul Debris Jr. Shawnigan Lake, BC takes home the trophy today. They are the winners at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, so congratulations to Paul Debris Jr. and that whole team for all their hard work, and wow, congratulations. Win light, 836, 157 miles per hour. And that, ladies and gentlemen, does it for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. We are done. We thank you very much for being here with us. Hopefully you'll tell some friends and be here for the next racing event. We thank all the workers and all the staff on behalf of Mission Raceway for all of their hard work over these 3 days getting this event in the books. We had some inclement weather yesterday evening, but we managed to work around everything today and got it all in. So thanks very much for all the racers, all the fans. Hey, listen, if you're driving home, make sure that you drive safely, drive carefully. And I say that because I'm going to be on the road too. So I want to get home just like you do. So thanks very much once again. And we shall see you at the next race here at Mission Raceway Park.